All right, everyone, welcome to the Hawk Zone Rundown. We just had some technical difficulties there, but obviously I'm Bryce, and Ryan will be joining us shortly, as well as Seahawks Nerd and Dan Vians throughout the live broadcast of Day 2 here. We're doing our first live show of the podcast. So, we hope you enjoy. We'll recap Day 1, as well as going over what's going on in Day 2. And Keon Coleman from Florida State just got selected. Buffalo finally got a receiver to fill in the Stephon Diggs shoes. Definitely something I was wondering about. It'll be definitely an interesting situation going forward here for Buffalo. But really excited about that Byron Murphy pick last night. At 16 there, I think Seattle's definitely got an impact player. And it was interesting to hear afterwards too that they were looking at trading up for Michael Penix. I don't know if that's truly factual. James Palmer, formerly of NFL Network, tweeted that out last night that them and a few other teams were trying to trade up to get Michael Penix. I don't know if that was a smokescreen or not, but it'll make things interesting going forward. And again, obviously Atlanta picking Michael Penix is kind of a interesting scenario altogether there. So we shall see shortly here what who's up next and what the decision is. Yeah, there's the look at Buffalo's new kind of all-star, well, I wouldn't say all-star, but group of receivers and such that have been picked up. And, it looks like Seahawk Nerds and things, so I'll add them up here. How's it going, Seahawk Nerd?
Hey, what's up? How are you guys?
Not too bad. Ryan will be on here shortly, but we've got a trade already in round 2 here. This will be kind of interesting to see what kind of transpires here. But Buffalo finally got the receiver after passing up Xavier Worthy to the Chiefs last night.
Yeah, I'm just getting caught up here. I just saw the Keon Coleman pick. It looks like the Chargers traded up then, huh?
Yeah, it looks like they did. It'll be kind of interesting to see how this kind of goes forward with what the Chargers doing after taking Joe Alt last night. Jim Harbaugh made an interesting comment today. It was, I think it was, we see offensive linemen as weapons, and the linemen are the tip of the spear. Oh, so they traded with the Patriots. Interesting.
I'm kind of surprised the Bills went for Coleman. I wonder what the Bills fans' reactions to that will be. They're more kind of plugged into their own team, but I was thinking they were going to go for either Adonai Mitchell or like Ladd McConkey.
Yeah, that's who I was kind of thinking too. I'm kind of surprised that they went with Coleman. So that'll be interesting to see how that all kind of develops. I wonder if they're viewing Kincaid there now as more of a true slot. Now they've kept Knox around and view him as a big receiver rather than an actual tight end in that offense. I wonder if that's their thought process. But obviously, we're tapped into the Seahawks. What did you make of the selection last night of Byron Murphy?
If I had to give it like a grade, I'd say A-. Overall, very pleased with it. I was hoping for one of Terrion Arnold, Byron Murphy, or Latu from UCLA. And obviously with Latu going right before their pick, it was just, I was Murphy or Arnold like in my head over and over again while they were on the clock. So getting one of those two, I can't really complain. Murphy's more of like satisfying need on the roster. And Arnold was more just like a best player available type of thing. Like I had a slightly higher grade on Arnold than Murphy, but I wasn't really like going to be upset no matter which direction they went between those two. So I'm overall very happy about it. I want to see what the Chargers pick here. So I'll stop talking for a second.
Pick to the Chargers. And with that 34th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Lad McConkey, wide receiver, Georgia.
So there you go. Lad McConkey gone to the Chargers. They give Justin Herbert a weapon.
Wow. Yeah. So if with the Chargers trading up there, if we look back on this and McConkey turns out to be better than Coleman, the Bills are going to get kind of made fun of for that. But I don't know. I kind of see like why each of those receivers are fit for those respective teams. I was just looking up Coleman's measurables. He weighed in at 213. So I think you were kind of onto something there where they were just looking for like a big outside X receiver who can win jump balls. Help them in their kind of like they did more of a short game identity in the second half of last season, and we're kind of straying away from that downfield explosiveness. So I wonder if they just want someone who can block and win contested catches. I don't know how good of a blocker Coleman is. I didn't get that deep on the wide receiver class this year, just because Seahawks don't really need wide receivers in the first or second round. But McConkey, I did watch a bit of. I really liked him in terms of just his route running and separation. I think that could be really good for the Chargers as like the guy that Herbert can fit those tight window throws into. So I don't know. I'm glad for the Chargers that they went tackle first and receiver second, as opposed to the other way around. I know that's kind of like a debate within the fan base, but for me, like priority number one is protect the quarterback, and then priority number two is get him weapons in that order when you have an elite quarterback, right? Because like you can elevate the receiving cast. Like you don't need to give him Marvin Harrison Jr. or whatever because he's Herbert. Like you know what I mean? So just keep him up, and he'll elevate your Lat McConkey or whoever. So
well, speaking of that, in regards to we're talking about guys that you could potentially see Seattle taking later on as receivers. Who are some of the guys later on in the draft, if they were to go receiver, that you could see them deciding to go after? And wow, Atlanta's jumped up already again. I wonder what this pick will be for. I wonder if they're going to surprise us again.
We're all out of order here. I was expecting Patriots and I don't even remember who was after the Patriots now. They got me all jumbled up. But anyways, receivers later in the draft, if we're talking like today possibly, or like top of round 4, it would be Jalen McMillan, Javon Baker. I don't know if someone like Jermaine Burton would last, just because he's kind of like a wild card. I don't know if he's just going to go in like the high or middle third round, or if he's just going to be a day 3 pick. And then like later in the draft, they had a top 30 visit with Anthony Gould from Oregon State, and I liked him before the top 30 visit, so that just kind of seems like a good match, and he's been mocked by like everybody and their mother to the Seahawks. But then people I haven't really talked about that I could see and that I haven't seen too much is like Jamari Thrash from Louisville. Who else? Maybe like Taj Washington from USC. He's kind of like a sleeper in a way. That's all that's coming to mind off the top of my head right now.
Yeah, Taj Washington is someone that, now that Ryan's actually joined the show. Welcome, Ryan.
What's up, guys? How's it going, man?
Oh, not too bad. We've had a little bit of a change of direction here. We've had a couple trades already to start off this round here. But back to what you were saying, Seahawk Nerd, that, Taj Washington is someone that we've regularly picked in our mocks late in the 6th or 7th round because he's usually there. I don't know if he'd be there in a realistic sense, but I feel like he's someone that could come in, help with special teams in the kickoff return, punt return game, as well as be a guy that could potentially fill some of Tyler Lockett's role when he decides to retire and walk away from the game. And I think he'd be an interesting pick. I'm kind of interested to see what Atlanta's going to do here now that you've taken your supposed QB of the future after giving a $100 million deal to Kirk Cousins in the offseason. They have added some receivers, but I'm kind of wondering if this is going to be either a D lineman or a linebacker.
Yeah, did we touch on the Michael Penix thing? Sorry, guys, I'm joining you guys a few minutes late, but we touched on the Michael Penix.
We haven't really touched on it yet. It was something I was going to eventually get to. So,
Yeah,
that was a bit of a shock yesterday, eh?
I mean, this is going to be interesting to see with obviously their pick coming up here. Yeah, I mean, it's funny how they didn't even Kirk didn't even know that they were going on about it. But I mean, I think when I look at it now, kind of having a day to kind of reflect on it, and you kind
Hey,
of
Ryan, just hold yourself because we're gonna go live to the draft.
Well, here we go. Okay, let's hear this.
To the city of Detroit, hosting the Super Bowl and now the NFL Draft 2024. To all the football fans across America, the Arizona Cardinals have traded their 35th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With that 35th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Rook Aurora.
Wow.
Whoa.
There you go. That's a tackle.
Rook Aurora from Clemson. Now, he was a guy I thought the Seahawks might be interested in, actually, if they weren't able to get a Byron Murphy or Newton in the first round.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at him as a round 3 guy, not the 35th
Same.
overall pick. Yeah, the Falcons are just kind of asking for people to be making fun of them at this point with the way they've spent these first 2 picks.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting allocation of resources, I find. Like, I thought they would have gone linebacker because I didn't think they had a great linebacking core there in Atlanta, and their D-line seemed okay. So I'm kind of interested that you'd use your, like you said, especially a high second-round pick on a player that we all kind of thought was a third-round value.
Yeah, I mean, if it was their own pick and it was at 35, then you could be like, okay, well, if that's the guy they like the most in terms of upside of the defensive tackle, it's just whatever. But they traded up to get him. It's not like he was probably going to get taken anytime soon. And if you wanted a defensive tackle to give you some pass rush that they've been lacking, like, why not take Johnny Newton? Or like, even if, I mean, Braden Fisk, I guess he's kind of a tweener in terms of body type, but like, I don't know. I don't see him as someone you trade up for in that situation, I guess.
No, I don't either. I think that's a really interesting pick. But back to what we were talking for before the pick came in on the Michael Penix situation. Yeah, no, Ryan, when I saw that last night, I was just kind of blown away. What I'll say is I think that's where Michael Penix probably should have gone, is somewhere in that range of, say, 7 to 13 is kind of what I figured after his pro day and his combine and all that kind of stuff, that he was going to be a first-round guy. But Atlanta was probably one of the least projected teams for me to pick him because of the Kirk Cousins deal this offseason.
Yeah, I mean, I think we had him at the Raiders. That was kind of or Vikings, but we sort of had, that would be a perfect Raider, right there, big arm, thrown to Devontae Adams and all that stuff, and of course, the Vikings take JJ and all that kind of stuff. The one thing I didn't like was what Daniel Jeremiah kind of ruined it for everybody, and during the broadcast, like, oh, I think he's going to Atlanta. I think, before it's announced, it's like, dude, that's why we're watching this, right? Like, we get it, you know everything, but let's just kind of like slow down a little bit and give your analysis. Let the suspense happen, because it was sort of ruined. I mean, if the commissioner came out and said that, we would have been like, we already kind of knew it was going to happen. You were like, really? Maybe his info is wrong. But I kind of look at it like, we had Emery Hunt on, and I remember asking him, hey, Seattle needs a guy that is going to be here for the next 7-8 years, the franchise guy. And he goes, hey, those days are gone. Those days are gone. So I look at it too, where it's like, now you sign a guy like Kirk, $100 million guaranteed and all this kind of stuff. But I think, why not bring in another guy that you're really high on? So what? So you gave this guy money. Penix is going to be on a rookie deal. And if Kirk is there for a year and kind of shits the bed, Well, you got a guy that's sitting in the system, and you eat that money. But maybe this is an opportunity where Atlanta's like, hey, we really like this kid, and we're gonna go get him. That's how I look at it. And I didn't like the Kirk Cousins contract to begin with, but what's done is done. And maybe they were like, let's get this kid at 8. I don't know, Siakner, what were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, they obviously thought Penix was one of the top quarterbacks in the draft. But I think for me, it was more just like an insurance policy for the decision to pay Kirk all that money with the context of him coming off the injury and then obviously being caught with the tampering situation.
Right.
I was thinking like, okay, if they lose their first round pick next year and they think they're going to be good with Kirk or, decent or whatever, right? They're not going to have a super high second round pick. So this was their chance to get a top quarterback in the draft, and at least their last chance until 2026.
I agree with you on that. I didn't think of that, Seahawks, and I really didn't think about the tampering side of things and that whole thing. And, even him coming off his Achilles, like how good is Kirk Cousins going to really be coming back?
Yeah.
Hey,
and then real quick on the flip side, actually, I can't fit it in. Let's hear.
Yeah, let's get the
Let's
next.
see what they decide to do here.
Darrell Green's impact extends far beyond his remarkable skills on the field. He exemplified integrity, sportsmanship, and dedication throughout his illustrious career. We are proud to announce the Washington Commanders plan to retire Darrell Green's jersey this fall. A testament to his enduring legacy. Today, we celebrate Darrell Green's extraordinary career. Darrell, you will forever be remembered as one of the greatest to grace the game.
Pretty neat and long overdue. He's going to put it on. As if he doesn't already look like he could give us snaps today.
I think he's still probably running 4.4, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's still got Rich. Oh, please. Running backwards. Here we go. All right. Oh, and McConaughey's a Washington fan too.
Thank y'all. Thank you so much.
He is.
Let me first say this. Hold on. Let me say thank you, Detroit. You guys have hosted us to a very fun week, and I appreciate you. The NFL appreciates you. The Commanders appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Detroit, can I just say something to the DMV, the Washington area, and these guys? DMV and you guys, it's on, y'all. We got Jaden last night, and we're about to get back to work. It's on. Hey, and also, I'm back on the sideline, though. All right. I'm here for an important reason, to add to our tradition, to add to our success. With the 36th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jazon Newton, defensive tackle, Illinois.
So there we go. Jazon Newton, who I had as a guy that I kind of thought the Seahawks might be interested in, goes to Washington, which doesn't surprise me with Dan Quinn. He gets a interior D lineman to help rebuild that defense that they've got there and add to it. So, I think that's a solid pick for Washington, actually.
Yeah, going back real quick, see, I just want to get his final thoughts on the Cousins thing. He was going to chime in before this last pick.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we would have had time after all. I didn't expect that to take so long, but
Yeah.
I mentioned Penix being kind of an insurance policy for not having a first round pick possibly next year with the tampering investigation. But then, and if they are doing well with Cousins, they won't have a high second round pick either. But on the flip side, if they are in a situation where Kirk can't play for a certain number of games, whether it's, you know, from a suspension or like his injury comes back, or you know, he's getting up there in age, he gets a new injury of a different variety, then you don't want your backup to go out there and just lose every game he's in, because that reflects badly on the organization for spending all this money on an aging quarterback. They'll say, oh, well, you knew he was coming off an injury. Like, why did you pay him all that money and not have a backup in place who could still keep you competitive? This is your window. You know, you came in with high expectations this season to win the division, yada, yada, yada. So it's also just kind of like, if Penix has to play because Kirk goes down at some point in the season or can't be a starter, then the organization isn't going to be under as much scrutiny, I think, because Penix is going to keep the offense afloat more than Heineke would, I think.
Oh, 100% he will. I think
Yeah.
I think there's a good chance they go into camp and Penix, it might be hard for them to deny him if he shows up and he's ready to go. But the Patriots are up and they got their pick in, so we'll listen in quickly here.
That was quick.
As a proud Detroit native, as a Cass Tech alumni, and a University of Michigan alumni, the national champs, man, always. With the 37th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, my New England Patriots select Jalen Polk, receiver, Washington.
Ooh,
Wow.
They went out and got
shoot.
Wow. I didn't think Polk, like, I knew he was rising. I didn't think he'd rise that much. Wow.
Yeah. Well, there's a Washington receiver off the board. It was second Washington receiver off the board, right?
Yes, because Odunze went yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah. Doozy went to 9. Man, talk about the Bears real quick. Hey, Seahawk Nerd, I want to get your thoughts on that. Caleb Williams, and you know, they had that shot coming off the airport. Odunze and Caleb just happened to be on the same flight from LA there, and obviously coming into the draft. What do you think of that? And what do you think of now Caleb in Chicago? Obviously, there was so much lead up to it. Like, he didn't even want to go there months back. And then sort of you think, you know, all that was sort of, some of that was media and all this kind of stuff. But now he's got 3 receivers that could be a pretty nice 1-2-3 punch over there in Chicago. How do you see that working out? Obviously, our old offensive coordinator calling the shots. How you liking the situation in Chicago now?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of overlap between Keenan Allen and Rome Odunze, which for this year means they can do some interesting things in terms of like having them play interchangeable roles while on the field together. But then going forward, Allen can be kind of like a mentor for Odunze as he begins his NFL career. And I think we'll just kind of be a Keenan Allen type player once he's the primary target in that offense. I think it's probably still Allen and Moore are like 1A, 1B, and Odunze's the third in this situation, although it's not like like that's not necessarily just the way the snaps work out and the targets work out and all that. I think it's just like just in terms of like skill level type of thing, because Odunze is great and everybody loves him and he's going to be awesome, but he's a rookie, right? And DJ Moore and Keenan Allen have proven that they're elite guys. So I think that's great for Caleb. I mean, no one as a first overall pick has ever had a situation that good off the bat for them. So he'll light it up. It'll just be a matter of making their defensive players play like the way they did at the end of last year and keeping Caleb upright, honestly. That's all there is to it. They're going to be a good team.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I just saw something kind of interesting. is that the report from last night from I guess it's Jesse Palmer or James Palmer, that was formerly of NFL Network, about them Seattle wanting to trade up into that top 10 for Michael Penix. Curtis Crabtree just reported out on I guess X or Twitter that that's actually not accurate. Seattle wasn't in the line to go up and get, which made me, when I saw that last night, kind of go, like, I don't know if Seattle, because what was Seattle going to have to do to go up there? They'd have to give up DK and capital in next year's draft and maybe the year after to try and move their way up. So I found that
and we don't even know like how far up were they trying to go. Obviously, no one expected him to go at 8. So were they trying to maybe move up a few spots, say like to the Raiders, or kind of like that's where we had Penix pegged, right? So like maybe it wasn't as much as you thought, but it obviously, teams were just not willing to give it up because it was so quarterback heavy that we figured that there was going to be at least 5 in the top 10 and there were 6 in the top 12. So do you think it was just a matter of like teams not even really like you said, unless it was like DK and an absolute haul, and then Seattle's gonna be like, is it worth it? Like, how much do we think this is the next guy, right?
Well, and that's the thing. Like, I don't know if I think if Penix was there at 16, there might have been a conversation.
Sure, absolutely.
But I don't see the way they'd move up, because the thing I've started to come to with over the last few weeks and doing draft research, listening to John and a lot of the, other Seahawk podcasters out there and even the beat reporters talk, is I think they're really high on Sam Howell. And I also think they're high on some of these guys later on in the draft, Michael Pratt, Spencer Rattler. The other name that I've kind of heard a couple different times even later on is Devin Leary out of Kentucky. As another guy they may be interested in that they could get later on. So, I'm not sure. But actually, you know what? We've got some comments going on here in the chat. Midnight Sun, I'll let you answer this one, Seahawk Nerd. Midnight Sun's asking, do you guys think that we can bust into the second round?
I think they can, in the literal sense of the word, but I don't think they do, because it's going to cost more than it's worth to give up. Just thinking about like the number of picks they have. I mean, I'm not really in the interest of giving up future capital, because you don't know what that's gonna. I mean, like a 5th, 6th, 7th rounder, sure, maybe, but you'd have to give up multiple and then a 4th or whatever, right? So I'd rather just keep the late day 2 and day 3 picks, because at that point it's just it matters more about the number of shots you have at hitting rather than
100%.
how high the pick is. So,
well, Tennessee's in, and Warren Moon.
We'll come back to that. Warren Moon. We'll come back to that question though.
Events in our sporting world, and thank you very much for your participation here. I hope you're having a great time. With the 38th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Trayvondre Sweat from the University of Texas.
Wow.
Nose
Okay.
guard.
There you go. Big time.
Yeah, this is a mammoth human.
So Byron Murphy's running mate from Texas has now gone off the board. I thought with all of his issues that came up there near the end of the draft process here that he was going to slip maybe into the 3rd round, but high 2nd round pick. I guess talent outweighs some of those off the field issues.
Yeah, Seahawkner, what do you think right here? Sweat going this high, obviously super talented. And do you like the pick here for Tennessee?
Yeah, I mean, if he passes your internal checks on character concerns, off the field stuff, what have you, then it's perfectly fine to take him here. I think Tennessee's the type of team that wants to be heavy in the trenches. They took Latham in the 1st round, and now they've got another massive guy on the other side of the ball. So, I'm interested to see like how he plays at the NFL level, what his weight is maintained at. But I mean, I like T'Vondre Sweat at 38 more than Ororo at 35,
Yeah. Hey, just getting back to the question there. What I think, I'm gonna let Seahawkner chime in too. We all think, okay, I think when they stick and picked at 16, like that was their opportunity. If they wanted to get down the second round, they could have done it then. And I think they made the decision where they had this guy, any defensive guy, at their fingertips at that point because everybody was an offensive pick, and they decided, hey, we're sticking to picking. I think, Bryce brought it up a couple times that, hey, you know what, we kind of do have a second round pick, and that was Leonard Williams, right? And so now you sticked and picked, and you get this kid, and now he can be the running mate with Leonard. And they figured, hey, let's build this trenches up and go crazy. And you know what? I mean, maybe they do, but I think now they might just wait. They might wait to 81. They don't want to give up future capital, and that's how I kind of look at it. I think if you want to get back in, that was the time to do it. You didn't have to give up capital. You give up the 16th pick. You go down later in the first round. Maybe you get into the later second, and then that's how I sort of look at it. So sure they can get back in, but I don't see them doing it just because of what you might have to give up. Unless you can fleece somebody with like a Reek Woolen, but I don't think you're getting a second round pick. So I just think they're not going to do it. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
well, I'll hold you on that one, guys, for 1 second, because the Rams selection is in.
Okay, this is going quick.
Whose house? Right on. The Carolina Panthers have traded the 39th pick to the Los Angeles Rams. Oh, with the 39th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Brandon Fisk, Florida State D tackle. We got 2 Seminoles in the house now.
Yeah, he put up some numbers at the combine. He was projected, could have been even a late first.
It's interesting with Fisk because I was reading stuff late, and I don't know, Seahawks Nerd, if you heard any of this or saw any of this, but his medical was apparently starting to become a big issue, and a lot of teams were kind of worried about some of the issues he may have medically, and that's why people were worried about him even being obviously a first round and even second round guy. I'm kind of shocked that they went up and got him because, well, I'm not totally, because they're trying to replace obviously a Hall of Famer and Aaron Donald, but just kind of interesting that that's the guy that they decided to go with there. Yeah,
I mean, clearly they were watching a lot of Florida State tape. And my thing with Fisk, there's a lot to like, but a 31-inch arms, he's got to be gap shooting. He's not going to be holding on the blocks and shedding and reading multiple gaps. 2 gapping is definitely out of the question, but like even 1.5, the way we talk about it, like I just don't think he can hold up there. So I think they're going to be aggressive with their 4. They're going to verse is kind of the same way too, right? Where like you don't want him. Or not that you don't want him, because you want him to be a good run defender, but like you don't expect him to be a guy who goes out there right off the bat, this sets the edge and plays his gaps with good discipline and all that stuff. Like that wasn't his game. He was trying to be quick off the snap, get into the backfield. Fisk was very much the same way, just at the defensive tackle position as opposed to edge rusher. So putting those 2 guys back together, I think they're just trying to force multiply, and keeping their familiarity with the way they play alongside each other, and just be a team that gets pressure very quickly, as opposed to a team that consistently gets pressure even if it's not right off the snap.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that they're trying to manufacture it through multiple facets with Verse and Fisk now. But just kind of wanted to get your thoughts. Obviously, we talked a little bit before Ryan got on, but Byron Murphy. So does this potentially make Draymond Jones maybe a now tradable asset? I know there's talk of it. I saw some of it today through some of the, Seahawks Twitter folks and beat reporters that he could potentially be an option. I think it said they trade him now. It's a $4.5 million savings. And then they trade him after June 1st, it's like an 11.8 cap savings. But do you think he could potentially, if Seattle did want to get into the second round, you might have to trade him plus a pick to get into the late second or even a second, third round pick?
I could see him. He's probably the most likely player they have that you would consider using in a trade package, but I think he's probably worth more to the Seahawks than he would be to another team that would pay for him. And so just from like an expected value kind of standpoint, it'd probably be a net loss to trade him. Just because I think like McDonald and Dirty could get the most out of him. I think he could be a better player this year for sure than he was last year. And Seattle needs kind of a big edge type. I think after the Leonard Williams trade, you saw him play further from the ball on the line of scrimmage. And if you can have him in more of like a 5-6 tech role on the defensive front, then that's something that could be very beneficial for a team that honestly has pretty light edge rushers outside of that. So I'd rather just see what you can make of him this year. And if, worst case scenario, I still think he'll probably show more this year than last year, even if he doesn't, hit just the right way in their scheme. And at that point, you could probably get more from him in a trade or, whatever than you could this offseason. So.
Yeah, no, he's the one guy I was thinking, honestly, that is now probably your most viable tradable option, I think, if you were to try and get in. But like you said, I think he has more value to us than anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is his contract up this year though?
I couldn't remember if it was a 2 or 3 year deal. I can actually pull that up.
Yeah, I was just pulling it up. Oh yeah, no, it goes through 2025. So you could still trade him next year, if you wanted to do that, and somebody wanted to, pay the last year of his contract and then think about giving him a new contract on their team. So, yeah, I'd keep him around for 2024, and I think with Jarran Reed being, what was he, 31 now, and then Draymond Jones being, one of the younger players you have in terms of veterans on your defense and not rookies they drafted last year. He's kind of in that sweet spot where he's still in his late 20s, so he's not getting close to that that cliff you fall off of when you're getting to 31, 32, but he's also not like new to the league. So that kind of in-between veteran presence, I think, is going to be valuable to them this year when they're transitioning.
That's very fair. But let's see what Philly did here after their trade with the Commanders.
Let's go. Hey, but it's an honor to be here in the hometown of my city of Detroit. And 14 years ago, the Eagles have definitely changed my life. And to be a part of this organization going on my 15th year, I'm definitely excited to be able to announce this pick. And the Washington Commanders have traded the 40th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. And with the 40th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Cooper DeJean.
Oh,
my guy.
Wow. There's our guy, Ryan.
Yeah, you got a stud, man. Cooper DeJean.
Damn, that's 2 really good picks for the Eagles.
I mean, I can't believe that. I honestly can't believe he went as late as he went here.
I'm surprised he snuck by Green Bay. Honestly, that's the one
somebody that
really
Green Bay could use.
100%. That's where I thought he was going to go. I definitely thought he was going to be a Packer, and they didn't take him. And this is what I figured. If no one took him early, this is what was going to happen. Was a team like Philly that needs still some secondary help would trade up. Now they've got a Swiss Army knife back there to complement Mitchell from yesterday that they took, which again I was shocked he fell that far.
They got a couple of good young guys now in that secondary.
Yeah, that the Eagles just keep reloading, man. They
that's what good organizations do. We've talked before with other guys and just say how you don't have to reach, because good players will fall to you. Good players will fall to you. That's why I say, the Steelers always have a good team, and certain organizations always have a good team, because guys like Lamar Jackson fall to 32. Guys like Cooper DeJean go 40. Like, so for me, it's just like, with Seattle's situation, I think when you look back at the 16th pick, I don't know what you guys think, but when I was sitting there watching all these offensive players come off the board, quarterbacks, receivers, a couple of offensive linemen, and then you get to getting close to us, and you're like, man, I think they might stick here. Were you guys surprised, when we got to 16 with all the guys coming off the board on the offensive side of the football, that were you kind of thinking, yeah, I think they're going to stick here, even though John's history is trade back, and just because of so many guys that now you could maybe potentially still get a blue chip on that defensive side of the football?
I'll let Seahawk Nerd go first on this one.
I mean, I think if you had seen maybe one or two more defensive players go, and especially if Murphy was one of them, you would have seen that sweet spot where John would have been really tempted.
Hey, Seahawk Nerd, I'm just going to put you on hold there because the selection's in for the
It's
Saints.
so fast.
To the New Orleans Saints, and with the 41st pick in the
Moving fast,
2024 NFL Draft,
Yeah.
the New Orleans Saints select Kool-Aid McKinstry. DB,
Best name in the draft.
Yep.
Well,
Really,
name of the draft.
that's actually a good pick for
Marty
the
Grub.
Dennis Allen's type of defense. But go back to what you were saying there, Seahawk Nerd.
Yeah, I think John would have been inclined to trade down a couple of spots if it had been like both corners were still there, Jared Verse was still there, a collection of guys who were touted highly as defensive players in the first round, but Murphy wasn't, Latu wasn't, Turner wasn't. I think he probably would have been tempted to trade down a few spots and then just take the best of the offensive lineman or whatever defensive player was left. But once Murphy was there, I was like, they're going to take Murphy. Like, that's just, it makes too much sense. They've talked about how defensive tackles are hard to find. Well, good defensive tackles are hard to find these days. You don't draft good ones outside of the first round. And then I think, didn't Murphy also say at one point, like, he heard, so to speak, he didn't say who from, but it was kind of implied that he heard that he wasn't going to slip past 16. Which,
Yeah,
like,
he did mention something like that,
The Seahawks
yeah.
told them that they would draft him if he was at 16.
Right.
Because who else? The Seahawks had the 16th pick. So I just felt I mocked Murphy to Seattle in my round one mock.
Nice.
I wasn't sure that he was going to be there. I thought there's a chance that somebody would nab him, but I really was only worried about like the Bears, the Colts, the Raiders, like taking him. I didn't think he was going to go top 10 just because of how good the offensive players were. It was just a matter of whether some of these teams just before Seattle were more interested in edge rushers or defensive tackles or quarterbacks. And then the Saints, I think, were pretty much a lock to go offensive tackle the whole way. So I wasn't too worried about them. But yeah, I think honestly it was probably Murphy or trade down for them. I think that was the situation they were in.
Right.
I'll give you my opinion after this.
Yeah.
Let's go
Let's
ahead
hear
and
it,
get
Texas.
straight to it. With the
Let's get straight to
42nd
it.
pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kamari Lassiter, defensive back, Georgia.
So we're
Oh,
seeing a
good
run
pick.
on defensive backs here.
Yeah, and this is a nickel. Day one starter at the next level.
I'm surprised he went there. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised that that's where Lauster went. I thought he'd go a little bit later, but back to what you were asking, Ryan, with your question earlier. When they got to 16 and Murphy and Newton were still on the board and Fontanu was still on the board, there was one thing that went through my head was when we had Dan on, Dan Viens, and Dan was saying, hey, the way the board falls if you take a defensive player in the mocks is more favorable. when that run of 14 straight offensive players went and that guy was there, I couldn't see a way that they weren't going to take a Brian Murphy or a Newton there. So for me, it was like, if you're going to stick and pick, that's the guy you got to take. You got to take a blue chip guy that's going to make a difference, that's going to come in and be an impact guy. You can't take a risk. And I think, Seahawk Nerd alluded to, when they had that many guys on the board still, like Fatani was still there and the corners were still there. But Byron Murphy, you trade back, I don't think you get Byron Murphy.
No.
Someone comes up and takes him. So, from that perspective, it's kind of nice because it's weird. For so long with the Seahawks draft, you always are sitting there going, who's this random person they're going to take that no one's really scouted, no one's really seen? Like, who is this guy? And the last few drafts, it's like they've gone with an impact player. Devin Witherspoon last year and JSN in the first round. This year, Byron Murphy. They haven't overthunk things like they have in the past.
Yeah, they're not getting cute.
But it's refreshing that they're building through the trenches.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we're fortifying that inside of our defense. Hopefully they do that with the offensive line as well.
Mm-hmm.
But before Seahawk Nerd, because I know you got to get going, one of our listeners or viewers had a question. Who do you think will this is from Nate Kushner. Who do you think will be the next quarterback off the board? Will it be a Spencer Rattler, a Michael Pratt? Who do you think is going to be the next QB off the board? And will it be in the second round or will it be in the third round?
It's got to be Spencer Rattler, right? Like, that's the only guy left who actually has round one upside to him. It's just that there's a lot of variance with him, but like all the other guys are pretty much projected to be like middling upside, but probably give you a good backup on your roster. So for Rattler not to be the next guy, all 32 teams would have to think that he's probably going to hit closer to his floor than his ceiling. And I just think that there's going to be at least one team that sees the upside and wants to take a chance on it.
Seahawk Nerd, I got a real quick question for you too. So, are you cool with the Hawks kicking the can down the road if we don't take one? Because like you said, if Rattler, realistically, if we just stay where we are, he's going to be gone. So that leaves you with guys like Pratt and Jordan Travis, who we like. But is that, since kind of we sticked and picked with Murphy, probably not going to trade. Now you stick in 81. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't really want them to draft a quarterback this year anymore. Now, if Rattler fell to the 5th round, then sure, I suppose. And they don't have a 5th round pick, but they have 2 6th. And at that point, there's like a marginal difference. So you can move up in a trade package of some kind pretty easily.
He'd have to be there if he's there at 81. I mean, either you take him then or you probably don't take him. I mean,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like he's gonna either go today, or if he doesn't, he's gonna go at some point early tomorrow. So
right, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I don't want them to draft a quarterback, but if for some reason Rattler fell to the 5th round, then
grab
him. Go for it, because that's just like not something that you expect to happen, and you're getting good value at that point on his upside. But I think Sam Howell's age plus the NFL experience he has under his belt outweighs taking any quarterback other than someone who would be a 1st round pick. And at this point, I haven't seen anything from Geno that suggests that age is a limiting factor in his play. So, I think if you're looking at timeline, Geno's definitely going to be good this year.
Yeah.
He's going to probably be good this year just in terms of like his arm strength and all that, right? I mean, if for some reason he regressed in terms of talent and like processing, or like the team around him got worse, then yeah, like maybe he regresses and then you give Howell a chance. But then even at that point, you're looking at drafting a backup to Howell, because someone's not going to come in and beat Howell after he's been on the roster for a year and already had the NFL experience, unless you were taking another 1st round pick.
Yeah. So do you see them kind of based on that? Do you kind of see them extending one of those guys beyond 25, and then kind of looking at a young guy after that? But we got to pick in here real quick.
What's up, Detroit? I want to thank you all for hosting such a wonderful event.
That it? No. Who we got? Who's on the podium?
Leonard Davis.
Yeah, there you go. I couldn't even
What's
see.
up, my Cardinal fans at? With the 43rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Max Melton, defensive back, Rutgers.
Here's your run on corners going in defensive back.
Yeah, if you want your defensive back, you better go get.
My buddy, who's a diehard Raiders fan, as well as my wife, is probably not going to be the happiest right now that there's been a run on the defensive backs right now. But yeah, sorry, Ryan, go ahead. You were talking before that.
Just real quick. What do you think about that? What do you think about that scenario? Where do you see them possibly extending one of these quarterbacks beyond 25 and saying, okay, you're going to be the guy, and then we will kind of look for the quarterback of the quote unquote future later, like even if it's maybe not even 2025. Because I look at next year as like we're kind of going to be in the same position, right? Where it's like we're probably going to be pretty competitive this year. We're going to be in the middle of the pack, maybe as far as drafting, or you're just not sure yet. But and obviously right now that class is projected to be not as strong as this class. So what do you think of that scenario? Do you see kind of that, like, okay, maybe we'll just extend? I mean, maybe you extend Hal for a couple more years and he takes over. And what are your thoughts on kind of that situation?
Yeah, I think they've put both guys in kind of prove it situations where they're giving Gino a new offensive coordinator. They're probably going to address the O-line in this draft. I would hope so. They got some tackle insurance with George Fant, so they're kind of like, all right, Gino, like prove that you can do more of the high level stuff and less of the kind of turnover stuff this year, and we'll give you an extension. And if it's not good enough, we won't, and we'll give Howell a chance. And then for Howell, they're just kind of like, bring him in the building, prove yourself that you're worth us keeping around as like the next guy behind Gino. So it's just going to come down to their assessment of those guys this year, I think.
Right.
But they've put themselves in a situation where they can go either way and not commit before the season without seeing them play, which I think is nice because you don't want to be in a Daniel Jones contract situation, and you don't want to be in a situation like the Broncos or the Raiders were before yesterday, where they went into the draft being like, we have to draft a quarterback because
fair.
One that we feel comfortable starting.
Fair enough. Look at that's really good points. Look at this pickup. Hey, Bryce.
Jackson Powers Johnson is now a Raider.
Yeah,
I think that's a great pick for them, honestly. I thought he could possibly slide a little bit farther down into a potential Seahawk pick if they were in the second, or if he slid down to the third. But that's a good pick by the Raiders. As much as there's a lot of Raider friends out there that wanted a quarterback or a cornerback, I think getting Brock Bowers yesterday and potentially a eventually top 10 tight end talent, and then as well getting a center or / guard in Jackson Powers Johnson. I think people like the Raiders are kind of this in-between team, and I think they're starting to finally build a proper team, which will be good to see because the Raiders have kind of been irrelevant really for the last 2 decades.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think, when you look at the Raiders and that's what the Raiders know, that's what the Raiders are known for, right? You bring in the fast, big, Devontae Adams signing, but like you said, get down to a real plan. This kid could be a stud. He's a plug and play. So yeah, you know what? It's a great pick. I would have loved to see, that's the only thing we talk about. Oh man, if Seattle had a second round, it's tough waiting this long between picks. I mean, don't you guys think? It's like we love them. We love the Byron Murphy pick. I love it. I mean, let's go. But now we got such a long ways to wait. I mean, man, we talked about that gap, and that was why I thought they were going to trade back, and because there was going to be some pieces. But like I'm not mad at that. I love the pick. When the stud like that is there, you grab him. And I think we all got to remember that Leonard Williams is sort of like our second round pick. So if we're hanging out right now and our selection's Leonard Williams, so. But just right now, it's just tough to wait. I mean, I love looking at these teams and breaking down these picks, but man, when's it our turn?
Yeah, I hear you, Ryan. I think for me, it's tougher to wait just in terms of the time that goes by. It'll hurt more, I think, once you start getting to players picked that I was like, man, I was hoping that they would be a Seahawk, and they just go one after the other, and we don't have anything we can do about it. But so far, like, they haven't really picked anybody that I had on my list of players that they wanted to target. Like, nobody's reached and grabbed the guy that I'm hoping falls to Seattle. So
right.
I'm just kind of curious to see how things keep going through the second round, and if there's a bunch of guys that start falling down the board. Every time a team reaches for someone, that means someone else falls. Mm-hmm. And I think Max Melton was a little bit of a reach. I think Aurora was a considerable reach. Keelan Coleman a little bit. So, the players that I would have expected to be gone by now, Adonai Mitchell, Marshawn Nealand, you got to think Junior Colson's going to come at some point and tear our hearts out, but who knows how far he falls. But so there's a few names where, like, I definitely thought they were late first, early second material, and they're still on the board. So we'll see how far they go. But if they can, continue to, they'll go at some point. But then even those picks mean that someone who we expected to be at like the top of the third round and just barely out of reach for Seattle at 81 is probably going to be pushed down because they had to go back and take the guys that originally fell. So
right. All right, here the Panthers are up right now. Pick 46.
All the coaches, all the players that I played with, just want to give you all a special shout out and thank you. I know Coach Saban is in the house. You know where my heart is too. The Indianapolis Colts have traded the 46th pick to the Carolina Panthers. Go Cardiac Cats. And with the 46th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Brooks, running back, Texas.
So our first linebacker in the draft leads to our first.
Okay.
Wow, that's surprising.
Yeah, that's an interesting one right there.
I mean, he was the best running back prospect in the draft, I think, for most people. 46 seems a little high still for a running back, but it's the Panthers, and they got to get some pressure off of Bryce Young, so I kind of get it. We did miss Edge Cooper to the Packers right before this. Not someone I was hoping Seattle would pick, but it is a linebacker, which means that the linebackers will start to go more quickly than as if no linebackers were taken at all. So that's just a slight bummer, but just kind of something to keep an eye on. See if Peyton Wilson goes next. See if who was the other guy that was talked about? Oh, Jeremiah Trotter.
I think he's in play for Seattle, honestly. Trotter is, we mocked him in one of our mock drafts, and people gave us crap because Colson was still on the board. And just because of the link of Colson to Mike McDonald, if anything this offseason, I don't think that's a big thing with Mike McDonald. It's about more of what he's trying to build in Seattle than what he's necessarily built in the past. And that's why, Trotter's a really instinctual guy. Yes, he lacks some of the athletic ability. He's not a freak in that regard. But I don't know. My personal opinion, if he's there, I think Seattle should pounce on him.
Yeah, for me, I this might just be a bit of a logical fallacy, but I always think about Clemson linebackers and kind of a muted light, because I feel like we do this thing every year where we're like, oh, this linebacker from Clemson is a good prospect. He could be a sneaky good pick for somebody, and then they get to the NFL and like we never talk about him again because they don't pan out to anything. And I think it might just be because Clemson doesn't really ask their linebackers to do much. And so they get to the NFL and it just takes a while to develop. And by the time they contribute to something, you've kind of forgotten about them as the second round prospect that they were. But that Jeremiah Trotter is his own person, and that doesn't mean, he's exactly like all the guys that came before him. He's 228, so he's got to be like I don't even know what he has to be, because he doesn't have like the athletic traits to be a coverage linebacker, but he doesn't have the weight to be a guy who sticks his nose in things and stuffs the run. So I don't know what you do with him, and that's why I'm kind of out on him. But I'm curious to hear why you think he would be a good fit or someone that the Seahawks should take.
Mute. Technical
Can't hear you, Bryce.
difficulties on
Oh,
Bryce.
sorry, I'm muted, guys. My apologies. I think he's got a good brain and instinctual thing. That's one thing that's been huge with him. I think he does fit a bit of a profile, but again, if there's an Edgerton Cooper or Peyton Wilson, there's someone I would go before than him. I just think if Trotter's there in the third, it's that cliff we're talking about before it really drops off. If he's the last guy, that's where I see Seattle could potentially take him. But I don't know. Like, I agree on some of your points. He does lack a lot of the athleticism. He's a little undersized in all those regards. But in some respects, we did say the same things about Bobby Wagner when he was coming up. He was a little undersized and things of that nature. But he's just a guy that I think if you have that and then there's the cliff of linebackers, I think you need to take him. But yeah, that's my 2 cents on it. But outside of that, Seahawk Nerd, I just wanted to thank you for coming on the show, man. Really appreciate you having on. I know you've got other things you got to get off to tonight. We've got Dan Viens waiting in our room here to jump on the show. But yeah, man, really appreciate you jumping on our live show here, man. We can't wait to have you back.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It was a lot of fun to do this live. Yeah, looking forward to do it again sometime. And then, yeah, happy to pass the baton to Dan here. He does a lot of good stuff. I'll probably tune in here and there from YouTube on your conversations with him. And I hope they get some guards today and tomorrow.
Here we go. All right, man.
Both you as well, man. We need that interior line out.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, man.
Seahawk Nerd.
All right. Talk to you guys later.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
All right, guys. And with that being said, we're going to bring on Dan Viens now onto the show to talk draft with us and recap yesterday. So I'm going to bring Dan in right now.
What's up, guys?
Dan, how's it going?
Hey. How we doing?
Good, man. Good. We're just man, this second round goes quick. We're out here kind of trying to, chop up some points, and next thing you know, every time you get in there, well, here we go. Right now, Giant selection. So
a special shout out to former New York Giant and now your beloved head coach, Dan Campbell.
Oh, that's pandering right there.
Yeah, that's good PR right there.
CG-man.
yeah.
Tiki?
With the 47th
That's
pick
sneaky.
in the 2024 NFL Draft, the New York Football Giants select Tyler Nubin, safety, Minnesota.
Okay.
Interesting.
First true safety off the board.
Hmm.
How do you guys like how it's going so far? Like how it's
Well-
falling?
It's interesting. It's not falling like a lot of our mocks. But the one thing I said earlier on our show here, Dan, was it's kind of falling like you talked about when we were like, if you take a defensive player,
Yeah.
how's the rest of that board going to fall? And I think this now, in some respects, how we've talked about quarterbacks, I think this pushes a Spencer Rattler and a Matt Pratt farther down this list of needs for teams, because you had 14 offensive players all go.
Yeah, I knew we were going to talk about the quarterbacks, because didn't you think when the Rams traded up a couple of minutes ago, it was maybe for Rattler, right? Or when the Raiders picked, it was maybe Rattler because they didn't get Penix yesterday. Like I was surprised that it wasn't. And I think as much as quarterbacks kind of created the opportunity for the Seahawks to do what they did yesterday, it might be coming into play again today as well, because those guys haven't gone yet. And I'm kind of surprised, especially with Rattler. I thought this is about the range he would go, and you start getting into the teams that didn't get a guy yesterday, and what are they going to do? And, you know, the Rams and Raiders passing on him, I thought was interesting. And all of a sudden it does bring up the possibility that he could be there at 81.
Oh yeah.
Right. And now we've heard the reports. Seahawks tried to trade up for Penix yesterday, tried to trade into the first, into the top 10, and we'll probably never know what that would have taken. And maybe we'll be glad that we didn't do that, because it seems like trades are a little more expensive this year. And I think the fact that the quarterbacks haven't gone yet, and also that other than Jackson Powers Johnson, like all these interior offensive line guys that we thought were going to start going in this range haven't gone yet. That run hasn't started. And, maybe now the linebacker run starts a little bit, but I think things are working in our favor pretty well right now.
Yeah, no, I totally agree on that. Oh, there's a D tackle, Mason Smith. So this is someone that we had mocked a few different times
and met with.
So
had him to Seattle for a 30 visit.
Yeah, interesting now, because this is.
But we're set.
When they talk to John tonight, Dan, if it's going to be this board didn't fall exactly how I thought it was going to, but it fell in my favor for once, rather than, oh shucks, we missed out on him, whoever they missed out on. But I got a question. We got a question here, Dan. I'll let you answer it from one of our viewers here. It's from Nate Kushner. How far do you think Michigan's running back Blake Cromer will fall, and to who?
Yeah, his name came up about 5 or 6 picks ago. I think Daniel Jeremiah was the first to pick it up, or maybe it was Charles Davis that when the Chargers pick, I think, was on the board, right? Because that would obviously make a ton of sense with Harbaugh being there. I don't think he's the first running back off the board, though. I think it's
who was it? Carolina took Brooks.
Oh, they did take Jonathan Brooks.
Yeah,
okay.
So Brooks is off the board now. So yeah,
I mean, Corum might be the second pick. It's such an interesting running back draft that I think teams are going to have different ideas about what style they're looking for. The running backs just so depressed in value now. It's funny. We were my girl and I, who's in the background. Everybody say hi.
Hey.
You can't see you. No, I don't want to be on. No, it's just way in the background. We watched, we did it's the first time she's seen it, but the annual draft day we watched the movie today. And it struck me how things have changed so much in 10 years that, that whole storyline was built around his conviction that he needed that linebacker at 1. And then he ends up getting the 6th pick back and he goes running back. Right. Yeah. And how those two positions out of all the positions have been depressed in value so much in the last 10 years that here we are in 2024 and no running backs, no linebackers are taken in the first round. It's fascinating to me. That
I wonder if he could be here as a pick for the Bengals with them not having Joe Mixon anymore.
It would make a lot of sense, whether it's Corum or somebody else.
Yeah, just because they need something in that offense to take some pressure off of Burrow and that receiving core and not that it's a bad receiving core, but to go out and win them games constantly. Because that was one thing Mixon was so great at, was giving them a little bit of a reprieve there, and then and
it's interesting to me.
There you go.
Okay.
I mean, the Bengals are one of those teams that they don't ever move around the draft board. They don't ever get aggressive. They don't ever move up. They always just kind of stick and pick. And they're one of those teams right there with the Ravens. The Packers tend to be in this group, although they've moved up from time to time, where they just kind of sit and let the draft fall to them. And they always just end up getting dudes like this, and getting value. And you always look back, they don't make any noise during the draft, but then you look at the list afterwards and you think, that's a good group. They had another good draft. But again, no interior offensive line like this. How do you guys feel about this? There was a lot of buzz going into today of the Seahawks try to move up from 81.
Yeah.
Right. How would you feel if they try to do something like that?
Yeah. Well, I looked at it like, I was thinking that, I think yesterday kind of was their kind of chance of saying, okay, either we want to get back in the second round and trade down, or we're going to stick and pick and just kind of let it ride out, because now you got to give up capital, right? And unless you can really fleece somebody with a player, you don't want to give up too much. So, unless there's somebody like you want to get a Spencer Rattler or somebody where you really, or just kind of sit back and content with, like, what, our second round pick was Leonard Williams, right? You kind of look at it like that. Now we have two guys, Byron Murphy and Leonard. And I think just because the way the board fell, they were just like, here's a blue chipper that we're staying around. And that it is what it is. Maybe we had plans. We might have traded back if he wasn't there. But that's sort of how I look at it. It's, they could, but what do you think? You're giving up some futures. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I sure don't want to do that. As much as they're talking about next year's draft being so much deeper, right?
Right.
And not only having our full assortment of picks next year, but 2 comp picks for the first time in quite a while. I think an extra 4 and a 5, or is it a 5 and a 6?
Yeah, it's an extra 4 and a 5.
Yeah. That's a big deal. And unless let's see, let's watch the pick here. I was going to say Mike Sanders still. Okay.
Yeah. I'm surprised he was the second nickel off the board, actually.
Yeah. Yeah. I know he's a guy that if the Seahawks did have a second round pick, he very likely might have been a target. Just everything you hear about that guy, that like all the leaders on that roster, and he was the dude that they all looked to.
Yeah.
But what I was going to say about moving up is really, to me, the only scenario that I'd like to see him move up from 81, especially if it includes future picks, is it would probably take you a future 2 to move up significantly in the third round this year, is if they have conviction about a quarterback. If Rattler's there and they can make a move for Rattler and they feel like he is the dude, and I would do that. But the way this draft is falling, man, I'm cool just sitting at 81 and seeing what we end up with, and then going into tomorrow with 5 picks.
Yeah, that's how I look at it. That's exactly how I look at it. Unless it's a Rattler situation where they're just like, this guy can, everything checks out, he could be our future franchise, then I just don't see it now. I just not seeing it. And I think at 81, maybe there is a quarterback there. Maybe. I think Rattler's going to go a lot sooner, but it's interesting. But you brought up the point. Like, it's like, Raiders didn't get a guy. Who else didn't get a guy that you mentioned? And then they passed on him, right? So the Rams, right? So I don't know. So their turn's going to come around again, and then what, right? So it's because a lot of teams have filled their QB spot.
That's what makes it intriguing. I think it's too soon for the Rams, don't you? Like, they got Stafford under contract for another 2 years. There's a report this week he's looking for more long-term security. He's open to maybe extending that. They took Stetson Bennett last year. I don't know that it makes sense for them to use a premium pick this year on a quarterback.
And Stafford,
you got to remember too, in some respects with the Rams, and this is something I think people forget. Who's their backup now?
Well, it'd be, who else did they bring in this year? It was Bennett and
Jimmy G.
Who? Oh, that's
Jimmy
right.
Garoppolo. So a
forgotten guy.
Yeah, he's a forgotten guy, but that's where I wonder for them if I go like, like I go, do you waste a pick this year?
No.
When we have our backup, so I don't see the Rams. Like, everyone's talked about the Rams, and I keep going in my head. I'm going, they just brought in Jimmy G to be a backup for Stafford. They're trying to push that can down the road again. I'm looking at it and like I'm going like between like, so just for the end of the round here for our viewers, it's the pick for Pittsburgh's in, then it's Indianapolis, Washington, Cleveland, Miami, Dallas, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Houston, Buffalo, Detroit, Baltimore, San Fran, and KC. None of those teams quarterback at this point. So now we've pushed into the third round. I don't see, unless someone trades up into this round, I don't see Rattler going.
Maybe 70 to the Giants.
Right.
We know they tried to move up We know they tried to move up to get May. And then you go, like, do the Jets want a succession plan at 72? Maybe.
But is that
But
the
yeah,
guy
then
you
you
want in New
and then you
York?
go the Raider. It may come down to the Raiders pick at 77 again. Like that would be a spot that makes a lot of sense. But they might not like Rattler. We don't know. He's not everybody's cup of tea, right?
Yeah, no, that's the whole thing, right? It's all that other stuff that he comes with, and our team's comfortable with that. So, so yeah, it's the tough part about going from 16 to 81 is just this huge waiting game. Obviously, we like evaluating everyone coming off the board, but obviously as Seahawks fans, we're waiting for our turn. It's been an interesting one. Obviously, I'd love the Byron Murphy pad. We all love it. But the only thing is, you're waiting, and now the questions are: do they get back in the second, and are they,
Here's what I'll say about that right now. I might, if I'm John Schneider, try calling in and trying to get in here, whether it's Houston or Green Bay, because there's one guy I would take off this board, and that's Christian Haynes.
Yep, I'm with you on that.
I would try now that he's in the 50s and hasn't been picked. He's somebody I would try and get back into this round if he's there and go get, because he comes in and he starts. He would be a starter right away on this O-line.
Yeah, without question.
Well, here we go. Steelers pick is in, and they're walking up to the podium, so we'll bring it up.
God, was there a better place for Fetanu to end up than Pittsburgh?
I was just thinking that.
Oh, such a good spot.
First pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Zach Frazier.
Frazier makes a lot of sense. He fits there.
I thought we were.
We got him now and Fetanu on that line. My
the
God,
Steelers
Russell, if you can't figure it out behind that O-line now, or Justin Fields, whoever it ends up being.
This is why the Steelers are in contention every year, because they have a philosophy and they stick to it, and they just keep taking dudes just like that. Like they let the draft fall to them, and they take guys that fit their philosophy.
It's funny you say that, Dan, because I would say the last two drafts prior to this, and now even this one, there has been a very philosophical change to drafting in Seattle, because you
100%.
say 6 years ago, the first round pick that we just had would have been some random guy we had never heard of, and going,
or a reach, it would have been Chop at
where,
16. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Bruce Irvin
Instead,
pick.
we're taking a blue chip guy that is going to come in.
LJ Collier kind of thing, right?
Yeah, LJ Collier.
First.
Or we're trading all the way and getting a guy like Malik McDowell or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like the fact that they picked, and you talked about a philosophy, that Byron Murphy pick to me signified a complete change in the culture and the tide in Seattle of, we're tired of getting pushed around. We are now going to bring in guys that are going to push you around. You put him and Leonard Williams in the middle of that defense now with Draymond Jones and Hankins and Jaron Reed even. Like, we probably have the best two D tackles now in the NFC West.
Yeah.
D tackle wise, like with Murphy and with Williams.
And I keep reminding people that Williams is our second round pick this year. So we have literally we have used our draft allocation this year to take 2 defensive tackles in the first 2 rounds. And the thing I appreciate so much about John Schneider is, and he's become more transparent about this over the years, is he learns from his mistakes and he acknowledges them and he's willing to change. And I think it's why he's still employed by the club today. That, there was that long stretch of time where guys like you and me that, we put a bunch of work into researching the draft, and we fall in love with our prospects and guys that we think they should take or that we want them to take. And then they end up taking guys completely off our radar. I mean, that just kind of was their MO for a while in the last 3 years. And I really noticed it first 3 years ago, right after the Russell Wilson trade. They took Cross in the first round. That was a massive need. Guy fell to him that not everybody thought that would be there at 9. You take the right guy. And then even I remember later in that draft, like you get to the 3rd round and they took Lucas, and that was just, I couldn't believe what I was hearing, because it made all the sense in the world. And that's not typically their MO. Last night, as they're preparing to make the pick and Roger Goodell walks up to the podium, I'm such a sicko. Like, I'm watching his mouth because I wanted to see him form the syllable B to begin with. Like, that's how, and even as he said it, and somebody said on my live stream last night, they commented that they were surprised that my reaction was so subdued. And I think it was because it took me a second to believe it, that we actually just sat there and took the obvious guy, the right guy, the best guy. And we didn't do that for the longest time.
So like I said to you, Dan, I was flying back from Calgary, and I'm 30,000 feet watching your live stream, and it froze just before the pick. And I'm going, oh man, who did we take? Who did we take? And then I just after, and then I see your reaction. I'm like, oh, we took Byron Murphy. Like, because for me, even though most of my mocks, he was never there. He was never there at 16. He was gone. So I could never pick him.
The momentum was that it seemed in the days leading up to the draft that all of a sudden now you're seeing him mocked 8 to Atlanta, you know, and 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, like, oh shit, here we go. Cause I just, usually those late mocks by some of those national guys are based on intel.
Yeah.
And I was worried. I was worried he wouldn't be there. And there were some other guys I would have liked at 16. I would have been okay with Verse, and certainly Fatanu. We talked about him at length on your show, but Murphy was my dude. He's the guy from the beginning of this process. He was my first favorite for them to take, and I stuck with it. And in my final mock on Wednesday, he was the guy I had at 16, especially after that report came out. It's always fun to look back on these things afterwards, right? Where Schefter came out and said 16 was the floor, right? That he was going to be gone sometime between, by 16, and he was right.
All right, so we got another question here, Dan, coming in from one of our viewers, and I'm going to kind of put it up here for everyone to have a look at. Who do we like at 81?
Oh, so many people.
Right, the way the board's falling right now, I don't know who I like at 81, because it could be a lot of guys. We could have 5 or 6 guys we like. Who would be your top 3 guys?
Well, let me catch up here because we've been talking. Let me just make sure that I don't mention someone who's been nabbed in the last couple of picks. So for me, if somehow, because we don't know, this draft more than any we've watched in the last few years, I think has not lined up with the consensus and things that we've seen. And so I'll just say, let's go on drafted guys here. If there's any way that Junior Colson makes it to 81, like, that's, to me, you sprint to the podium and that's the guy. In fact, if Junior Colson makes it to 70, maybe I'm trying to package our late 4 and move up. So that's my first dude. Otherwise, I think the value there at 81, multiple of these interior offensive linemen that we've been talking about for the last 2 months are going to be available. And so, I think guys like Dominic Pooney, Mason McCormick, guys like Christian Mahogany, who have consistently kind of in the mocks that we do been there at 81, they're still available now. And what pick are we at? We're at 50. We're in the mid-50s. So, I have other dudes that I love at 81. Like, there's some safeties that are still available. The safety run hasn't happened yet, but I just think that's early for that. Like, I want foundational guys. If Rattler's there at 81, I'm open to that conversation. Otherwise, I'm hoping for Colson. If it's not Colson, then I'm waiting on interior linebacker until later. And I'm hunting interior offensive lineman, because there's going to be guys there at 81 where we're going to have our pick of a few, I think.
No, I think you're right. The way this board's kind of falling, it's kind of interesting in the fact it hasn't had a true real run yet of anything. Like, we can say the 14 players offensive side of the ball were a run yesterday, but that
wasn't like a receiver run there at the end of the first, early second.
That was like a little bit, but we haven't seen something where it's been like 8 picks in a row. We've seen, we've seen in past drafts, O-line, like just going on and on and on. And we're going, okay, well, now it's completely depleted.
Yeah.
Who are we going to get? So, no, I think you're right. For me, if Junior Colson's there, or even Edgerrin Cooper's there, he's another guy I would be very interested in.
He just went to Green Bay.
Oh, okay.
Right as we were starting, so you may have missed that. He went to Green Bay.
Yeah, that would have explained that. But
seems like a great fit.
Colson would be the guy. If Rattler's there, again, talk myself into that one too.
Yeah.
I'm wondering though if like a Christian Haynes or one of these guards is sitting there at that point, if they don't go, hey, because the linebacker Cedric Gray's still on the board, so on. If because that's going to be the thing. If you think about it, we pick at 81, and then we have the second pick tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
We have our pick of whoever we want, and I got a feeling Michael Pratt might be there in the 4th round.
That's a great point, and I think when you look at their 2 4th-round picks, and especially knowing that we have the second pick of the day, right, and you get all night to plan and map it out, those 2 4th-round picks, and knowing we don't have a 5th, there's so much value there. We're going to get significant prospects there in the 4th round. And so that's, as you were talking, I was just thinking, one thing I would say to your viewers and mine is there's a possibility that 81 could be a curveball, right?
True.
Knowing that they can come back tomorrow and like check some boxes. And we ran into this last year. We went in the draft. Imagine how much better our defensive line is this year than it was a year ago at this time, right? We went into day 3 last year. They hadn't addressed it. We're all freaking out because all they had done is sign Draymond Jones and Jaron Reed, and that was it.
Yeah.
And we were panicking about the defensive line. Then they took Young in the 4th round, Morris in the 5th round. It's like you can get value. And I think it could be a Rattler if they love him. Now, I'll say this too. John Schneider came out and admitted yesterday that he purposely didn't want to be connected with Byron Murphy or be seen. And that's why they canceled their 30 visit, because he was trying to basically deceive teams. He didn't want people to know that they were that interested in him. He admitted that last night. So maybe the fact that there have been no reported visits with Michael Pratt, your guy, right? Maybe he's the guy.
That's who I'm kind of thinking. They had the one thing at the combine, which Corbin Smith alluded to, and he said that he knows they talked to him, but that was it. And that's where I wonder if Michael Pratt is not their guy. They're looking at going, hey, we stay away from him. No one touches him. And then we get him in the 4th or the 3rd or whatever. And like you said, those 4th round picks have huge value where they are, but the Reds Commanders are up right now. See who they pick.
Because like you said, the Raiders, to me, are the only team that might take Rattler in the 3rd. I doubt Pratt's chosen today.
Yeah.
I'd be shocked.
I agree.
And there you go. Ben Sinan off the board.
We might get a tight end run now.
Little tight end run, yeah.
That's what I was wondering, actually.
But when we talk about curveballs for 81, here's an interesting one. We've had so many receivers taken.
Right.
And you and I, we all talked on the show a week ago about how, be prepared for it, fans, because they're going to take a receiver at some point in this draft. You should every year, but I think the need is sneaky bigger than a lot of fans think it is. We know they met with Malachi Corley, and he's such a different dude, and he's so kind of unique, his skill set is, and all these teams have addressed wide receiver now. Like, I'm not so sure Corley doesn't make it to 81.
Yeah.
What an interesting poker play by John, though. It does not even including Murphy in your 30, and then just knowing that we don't need to bring this guy in as our 30. We know who he is. Like, he's as advertised, right? So because it's like one of those things where you just sit and let him follow you where he did. I just think I want to ask you a question about the quarterback in the 1st round, and I know you talked about it, but Penix to Atlanta at 8.
I was so happy for him.
It's awesome that he got in the top 10. I mean, talk about his stock rise. I remember I think we talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it wasn't more than 5 or 6 weeks ago. This guy was maybe like talked about as a 40 or 50th pick, like middle of the 2nd round kind of guy. And then obviously just blew up on the pro day, and all of a sudden he's top 15. And to see him go at 8 in Atlanta after you give $100 million guaranteed to Kirk Cousins, I mean, you really have to think highly of this guy. And and I know how the NFL is these days, where you need that viable backup. Like, obviously, if he Kirk's going to be the starter unless Penix blows people out of the water at camp.
Right.
But what are your thoughts of him going and where he went to Atlanta in that situation?
First of all, I was super happy for him. Everybody knows I'm a WSU alum, and that's where my heart is. But just watching Penix from being here in Seattle, watching his journey and what he had to fight through, and just his development as a quarterback, and then everything people say about him as a person and a leader, it's, his stock was all over the board. And even this week, there were still people in prominent, draft analyst positions that were saying he's going to slip out of the first round. He's not going to be taken on Thursday. So to see him go 8 overall, just from a personal standpoint, my immediate reaction was like, I'm so happy. It's a great situation for him. Because he doesn't have to play right away, although I think he's completely capable of, and I think we talked about that together, is it of all these quarterbacks, he might be the most ready to step in as a pro tomorrow and be your guy. But, set aside the fact that, it's a shit show in Atlanta right now. Like, Cousins is pissed, and like that's an odd decision. But then again, I think about it this way. We rip teams all the time. And by we, I just mean the masses, right? For not having a plan at quarterback, for chasing quarterback, for waiting too long, for being desperate and having to make one of these moves where you give up a bunch, you do what the 49ers did a couple of years ago, and you mortgage your future to move up and get a guy because you didn't have a plan in place. And then a team goes out and executes a plan and covers themselves basically for the next 15 years potentially. And we're going to rip them for that too. Like, where's the perfect mesh point? Like, I just think that's unfair, but happy for the guy. I think it's a great situation. Huskies go back to back with Odunze going 9 to Chicago. And it was a cool moment. That was a fun moment of the draft. And it ultimately helped Murphy land in Seattle, because if they hadn't gone quarterback at 8, they very well might have taken Byron Murphy there.
Yeah, real quick, I'll say this too. Like, I agree to your point about ripping guys trying to have a succession plan. Similar situation, a little different because he was there for a long time, was Green Bay. Like people ripping the Jordan Love pick when it was like, oh, where's the weapons for Aaron? Like, you should have took a receiver in the first round. You take this guy. We have a quarterback, and then sure, he has Aaron goes out and has I think it was an MVP year, but then falls off kind of. They don't make the playoffs the next year. Like, they were ready and they had that succession plan. Kirk Cousins, mid-30s, coming off a pretty significant injury. Sure, you look at the money, but you have a guy on a rookie contract now. So, now you can play with that. And if Kirk just comes back and he's not the same guy, well, you have a successor maybe earlier than you think. And people throw it that, oh, he's going to be 24 in May. He's not 21. I mean, we have a guy in our building, Geno Smith, who is older in age, but not on, as far as, he sat for a long time in this league. So if Penix sits for a year or two, so what? He's 26, 25, 26. I mean, you still can have a long run as a starter if you believe he's the guy. And that's how I look at it.
And also, there's always teams that need quarterbacks, right? And let's say Kirk Cousins is 100% recovered from his Achilles. He goes out and has a solid year or whatever. And depending on where you think you are, in terms of development as an organization in Atlanta, like, you don't think there'd be a market for Kirk Cousins next offseason if they think Penix is the guy and he's everything they thought he was going to be and he's ready to roll, and you want to switch to a guy on a rookie contract? Like, yeah, you'll have some dead money to eat, but you don't think you can trade him and get some fairly significant draft capital next year for a team that's built to win, but either a guy gets hurt or, whatever. Like, I don't want to speculate.
An interesting pick, guys. I'm sorry to interrupt, but Paul from the University of Houston, Patrick Paul to the Dolphins.
Yeah, there's this next level of tackles that hasn't really gone yet. Amageji from Yale, who's the BYU kid, right? Hasn't gone yet. There's kind of this second or third tier. Jordan Morgan snuck into the first round, but like, of these tackles, Blake Fisher, that hasn't really tapped into yet. I wonder if this will maybe trigger another
tackle run a little bit.
Run. Because let me see here. Let me look at undrafted tackles.
We've got a couple comments here in the section. Nate Kusher writes, the Penix pick reminds me of when the Eagles took Hurts while having Carson Wentz.
Except I would argue that Hurts needed a little more development.
100% he did. Yeah.
I mean,
And he was a second round pick, I believe, too.
Yeah.
You weren't giving up
just
that
his
much.
ability to transition to an NFL offense and whether that would work or not. I don't know if it's apples to apples there. But yeah,
We
you
also
talk about
have,
tackles.
Hams wrote, glad the QB run happened. Didn't think we had a chance to land Murphy. Yeah, that QB run did help.
Do you guys remember a Seahawks first round draft pick that has been this universally applauded and liked by the fan base?
No.
Gosh.
No.
Like
I
even
think it's
Witherspoon, there was a lot of polarity, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
you're
because
right.
you're looking at, well, why didn't we take even last season with
JSN at
help
20.
help me out here. The Philly
Witherspoon?
No, the guy that Philly took.
Oh, Jalen Carter. Yeah, that whole
Jalen
thing.
Carter. Even people kept comparing because Jalen Carter's having a great year. Even though Witherspoon was balling, you still have fans that because of how bad our defense has been, especially against the run, should have took Jalen Carter, right? And I'm pro Witherspoon, but you're right. Like you still had some people that were like, okay, this kid's a stud, but then other people like, we took a corner at 5, So to your point, this universally, everywhere you're hearing is like, hell yeah, let's go, right? Like this is the guy.
I think it helped that Penix was taken. If he had been there at 16 and they had chosen Murphy over Penix, which we'll never know, but given these reports, maybe they would have. It's kind of like the Witherspoon Anthony Richardson thing that we'll never know what that alternate reality would have been. But I think that would have been one if they had drafted Murphy and Penix was still on the board. A pretty significant section of the fan base would have said, well, we should have taken the quarterback.
The only last pick, Dan, to your point, that I can think of where the first round picks were universally loved and there was no real pull probably was Pete's first draft with Okun and Earl.
Yeah.
And if we go back,
there wasn't a lot of pushback on the Charles Cross pick. I think everyone acknowledged that we needed a left tackle. There were some questions about whether
there was a little bit with it in regards to his ability to run block, right? Because he was a pure pass blocker coming out.
Yeah, he was an air raid guy.
But if we're going to go and really say like Walter Jones maybe or Steve Hutchinson, like we have to go that far back to really think like, Sean Springs or was it Joey Galloway? Like there's some guys like you got to really go a long way back into like the Holmgren era to think of first round picks where we went, yeah, you know what? Everyone loves this pick. But at that point, we didn't really have obviously social media and everyone communicating as much. But yeah, I can't, not in the Pete Carroll era. That's what I'll say. We really haven't had it in Pete's era where we've loved the first round pick. More times than not, we've kind of been, what the hell were you guys thinking?
So here's something that I think is becoming increasingly interesting about pick 81 to me as we get to now we're at 56.
Yep.
This tackle thing is we're going to get a question answered at 81, right? Like, how confident are they that Abe Lucas is going to come back and be 100%? Because I'm really surprised that some of these tackles are still available. You got Blake Fisher, Kieran Emegegi from Yale, Caden Wallace, Penn State, Matt, I think it's pronounced Gonsalves, who we know the Seahawks met with, who some see as a guard. But Javon Foster, Missouri, had some early second round, late first round buzz there for a while. Roger Rosengarten had some late first round buzz the last week and a half. Kingsley Matala from BYU, super athletic. Christian Jones at Texas. There's some tackles here that we're getting a lot of buzz that have now, fallen. And if one of these guys that the Seahawks have high on their board, if there's any question about Abe Lucas and his long-term, health with that knee, if they take, they might, I don't know. I'm just spitballing here.
No, I think you're really right.
We'll get some answers.
There's a real chance of it, Dan. Like, because that's the thing, that those 2 4th-round picks really allow you to do whatever you want kind of at 81 in a lot of ways and throw that curveball.
Because if you just let's look at interior offensive line here. Where is it? Why did they have it lined up like that? That's weird. Oh, guard. I mean, you still have, this list is awesome. Although I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys go guard here.
I'm going to pull it up right now so we can see what happens.
Cooper Beebe, Christian Haynes, Zach Zinter, Dominic Pooney, Brandon Coleman, your guy, Christian Mahogany, Isaiah Adams, who's played left guard and right tackle, Trevor Keegan, who they've met with, like Layden Robinson, Javian Cohen, Mason McCormick. There's a ton of guards there.
Well, that's what I mean. The whole fear of oh my gosh, we're going to lose out on interior O-line and we have to take that first.
Yeah.
There's starters that you just listed that we plug and play right now, and they're starting on our interior O-line.
Yeah. And a bunch of those guys are going to make it to 4-2. Let's see what the Cowboys.
All right. Who do we think the Cowboys of all teams are taking the volume on for this one?
A couple other veterans that are joining me on stage. Earlier today, the NFL, alongside the Bob Woodward Foundation and Move United,
Cowboys are interesting. I mean, they do need some upgrades on their offensive line. They could easily take one of these tackles or just any one of these offensive linemen that are left. Wouldn't surprise me at all.
Yep, agreed.
These All-Stars are part of the National USA Wheelchair Football League, funded by an NFL Salute to Service.
Nate thinks that the Cowboys are going to go D-end or edge.
Marshawn Kneeland, maybe. I'm surprised that he hasn't been taken yet.
Retired U.S. Army Corporal Jason Rainey.
You know, there's that second tier of edge guys that hasn't been tapped into yet, like Braswell, Adisa Isaac, Braylon Trice.
Yeah, Braylon's still there. That's another one. You know who I'm just hoping? Nobody touched Brennan Jackson. Leave him there until the 6th round, and we just swoop in, take him, put him in a Seahawks jersey.
When they honored did you see the moment before the draft started where they honored the Michigan national championship team? And they had all those dudes.
Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Marshawn
Kneeland, there you go.
Defensive end from Western Michigan.
Well, credit due where it is, Nate. Good call on the DN there with Dan on Kneeland being the pick here for the Cowboys.
What a nice position for him to step into, right? Where all the focus is on Parsons and
yeah.
And, you know, they still have who's the kid out of Boise State they've had there forever. Oh my God, I'm blanking out.
Yeah, I know I am too.
No, they're pretty loaded there. You know, he'll get to rotate in as a rookie and DeMarcus.
Lawrence?
DeMarcus Lawrence.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
I got the first name you got last.
They're a team that I'm interested in though, because you got Parkins, you got Lawrence or Parsons and Lawrence. Now you got Kneeland. That linebacking core, Van Der Esch retiring this year or what? Like, I'm surprised they didn't go with a linebacker here, like a Peyton Wilson or one of those guys.
Yeah. Just let those guys fall though, you know?
Yeah,
yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just let them fall to us. We'll take one of them.
Right.
Please and thank you.
Absolutely. Like, I don't know, like sometimes it's hard not to be influenced by the opinion of others, right? And you watch Peyton Wilson on tape and he's so dynamic and he's so athletic and that motor never stops and he goes sideline to sideline. He can do just about anything. But then Griffin Sturgeon, Seattle Overload podcast, just keeps saying that he just doesn't have a fit. He just doesn't play a position in Seattle's current defense and what McDonald does. And I'm like, and I have a hard time shaking that. But like, you know, he's got that knee history, right? And so we don't even know if he's on the Seahawks board, but like he seems to be falling. All those linebackers, Colson, Wilson, Trotter are still available. But I tend to think unless Colson's there, to me, I'd be shocked if he's there at 81 and we don't take him. I think the Seahawks are going to look at value later on. I think Nathaniel Watson is a real easy match with them. We know they've met with him. I can see him being that second of their fourths. But I also think that they feel really good about Dodson and Baker and that they're basically auditioning those guys. And at least one of those guys is going to end up getting an extension, a long-term deal.
Well, exactly. And I kind of look at it and I go, like, the more that we've talked on this, the more I keep looking at these teams and I'm going, like, right now, it's Tampa's pick is in. Till the end of this round, it's Green Bay, Houston, Buffalo, Detroit, Baltimore, San Fran, KC. None of them are taking a QB. It's not happening.
Yeah.
Then it's Carolina, Arizona, Washington, New England, the Chargers, and then it's the Giants. That Giant pick there is the one that if Rattler gets by there,
and
then Vegas is up, I could really see that being, if he gets by those two, that Seattle may run up to that podium for Spencer Rattler. Because the one thing John said when he was interviewed on his show on 710, and they asked him, oh, you had Rattler in and Bo Nix, and his thing was, Spencer Rattler's a really impressive guy.
I saw that. Yeah. Yeah.
And John, they said, and he goes, and also with Bo, but it was kind of like an afterthought to include Bo in that conversation.
Like he caught him. Yeah.
And listening to Rob Staten talk, the things about Rattler to me scream John Schneider interest. Big arm, kind of everyone's kind of in a way counted him out of being anything because he had all these off the field things and so on.
Yeah.
But then he turned it around at South Carolina. And if we know one thing about John Schneider, and even through the Pete Carroll era, they like those stories. Bruce Irvin, prime example of a guy that's been through a lot, turns the corner. Russell was counted out, had to leave NC State and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
For me with quarterbacks, and this is something that I've said before on other shows, Dan, I don't think I've ever actually said to you, if you look at some of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, going through their college career, they've gone through some point of adversity. Whether they've had to transfer, whether they've lost a job, whatever. And you look at some of the guys that haven't necessarily gone through that adversity, struggle when it hits them at the NFL level.
Yeah. Which it will. It does for all. Yeah.
But I will say this, if they don't take Rattler or Pratt, I would love to see Devin Leary in a Seahawks uniform.
It was cool that you and I were texting that the other day because I just don't understand how he's gotten completely lost in this whole process. I thought, other than Daniel Jeremiah trying to butt in at one point during the combine and say, I think he's had a really nice day. And then he kind of, it went off on another tangent. But like when I turn on the tape, I look for NFL throws and I don't see him from a lot of guys, but I saw a lot of them from him, and maybe he's a guy that the decision to transfer didn't work out for him, because at NC State, he had a lot of buzz. And then he got hurt in his last year and then he transferred. And I think he got lost in the shuffle a little bit, and he had a good, not great year last year, but he's not a guy that I'm thinking about until much later.
6th or 7th.
Yeah. So, hey, Dan, so if we don't take Rattler, because obviously I'm high on Rattler, Bryce, we've mentioned him a lot on this show. Obviously, if he's there, which we got to get through a lot of picks still. And we've talked about how they could be in a similar situation next year. So do you see we got Sam and Geno, both contracts expire at the same time. Do you see the Hawks, maybe if we don't take one, like they're just going to kind of evaluate both of these guys and maybe say, hey, we might just extend one of them and then, kick the can even further, unless there's some guy next season. But obviously, based on what we see now, next year's class is, a little weaker, right? Not the same hype. And I mean, obviously there's some teams now that have their quarterbacks, but do you kind of see that as a scenario? I know we talked about how Sam, we look at him as a backup and a viable backup that you need now in the NFL.
Yeah.
But obviously, he could make strides and impress them a little more. And obviously, a guy like that might not be that, you could probably get him on a cheaper, smaller extension. Do you kind of see maybe that if we don't end up taking a guy? Obviously there's more picks to come, but what do you think of something like that?
Yes. I see all those scenarios, and I just got distracted a little bit because I think this works in the Seahawks' favor too. I think we might be looking at an edge run starting here.
Nice.
Roswell just went, and some of those other guys that just listed off, I think might go.
There we go.
I think if they don't take quarterback in a significant spot in the next 24 hours, if they don't take a Rattler or a Pratt, then they're basically delaying the decision 12 months. And I think over the next 12 months, they're evaluating everything. And they're either going to reach a point 12 months from now. This is just kind of how I see it playing out, where they're going to decide on Howell or Geno. Right.
Yeah. Right.
And talked about it with Curtis Allen on the show the other day. Like if Geno has a great year and hits all his incentives, like his cap hit goes to over 50 million next year. So then you're facing a really weird decision. At that point, obviously, if he forces your hand that way, you're probably signing him to a new 3-year deal and tearing up the one contract and lowering his cap hit and doing it that way. Right.
Right.
But I don't think any of us expect that to happen. I'm a big Geno fan, but I think he's probably going to have a good year.
There's a safety for you, Dan.
Oh, here we go. And interesting that it's, well, it's not. It's man. I think Bullard would have been a great fit on our defense.
I thought Green Bay would have gone Cooper DeJean earlier, and I was surprised he slid by them.
God, Green Bay just sitting and
were you surprised how far DeJean
taking value again? Yeah, especially with all the late buzz. But maybe it was one of those situations where, you know, everybody talked about his versatility, but sometimes that means teams aren't sure where to play him.
Yeah, true.
Right?
True. Yeah.
But just to finish up the quarterback thought, I think they spend the next 12 months evaluating, is it going to be Geno or Sam? And then if and this is all contingent on if they take Spencer Rattler today at 81, I think they're done for 24 months at least. I think they're done at the quarterback position, right?
Great.
And you let the three of those guys battle it out for 2025. And if it's not Geno, you move on from him and then you move forward. But if they don't take a quarterback in the next 2 rounds and they come out of this draft with nothing, then I think, it's Howell versus Geno, and you're addressing it next year. And for all the people that say, well, next year's not that great a draft, it's a more layered draft. If the 10 or 15 guys that we think are going to come out next year come out, it's not going to be like this year where you got to get a guy in the top 13. So you got to get desperate and make that move. You can get a guy in the mid first. You can get a guy in the second. You can get a guy in the third that might have starter upside. We haven't had a draft like that in a while.
True.
And so, but also a lot of the teams that were desperate for quarterbacks have addressed it in the last 2 months and in the last day. And so you look ahead to next year and you can identify a guy that you think fits what you want to do. And you won't have the glaring needs that they do. It'll be the second year of a new regime and all of that. You know, it's a fluid situation. I don't know if I have a more definitive answer than that, but I'm higher on Sam Howell than others. I think right now, if you were to pump John Schneider full of truth serum and ask him today what he thinks is going to happen in 2025, he'd probably tell you that he sees Sam Howell as his starting quarterback next year.
That's kind of how I view it too now, Dan. The more like you said, if they don't take a guy, I think the plan is Sam. I think, you know, because here's the thing. We always talk about this when other teams, coaches move in, GMs move in, they want their guy. They want their guy. Sam Howell really is Mike McDonald, Ryan Grubb's guy. That's the guy that they said when John said, hey, we can go get this guy. Do we want to? And they went, yes, let's go get him. And I think they ideally want their guy. So that's where when you talk about Geno's incentives and his contract next year, I see it where they want a guy in this year so that they can then move on from Pete's guy in Geno and have their 2 guys potentially. And that's not a knock on Geno. It's just the reality of the business of the NFL. Guys come in and they don't like to inherit things necessarily unless they're inheriting a Tom Brady or a Peyton Manning type. Right. So no, I think I've watched more Sam. I'm starting to come around to more on Sam being a legitimate option in 2025. And I think if Geno struggles like he did at the first 5 games last year, Mike McDonald turns and says, okay, Sam, let's go. You're in.
Yeah, that's that'll get interesting quick if Geno gets off to a poor start. Yeah,
it'll make it really interesting. But we got a question here from Michael Fawcett. I apologize if I pronounced the last name wrong. Do you think Braylon Trice makes it to round 3? I think he could right now the way this is going.
Oh, I think he absolutely does. I think his stock has fallen so much. You know, he shows up at the combine at 245. I thought it was a typo. And then realized watching the comment, no, he showed up at 245. And we find out later some of that was sickness related, but also his attempt to be more athletic and test better, right? And then he didn't test well.
No.
And you look at the film, and the thing about what's the kind of the scouting report on him is not a lot of flashy plays on tape, but look at the analytics, right? Look at the pressure rate. And his pass rush win rate was among the top in the country, but playing at 270, 275. So he was a guy that's big enough. He could be that big end. He can set the edge a little bit. And he shows up at 245. It doesn't test well. I was listening to the Draft Dudes last week with Joe Marino and Kyle Krabs, and they're both so down on him. So down on him. Like they don't even think he's worth a day 2 pick. I think it's amazing to me that coming, because before last year, I think he was seen as a potential first round pick.
100% he was.
And now it sounds like he might slip to day 3. It's I don't know what to think of Braylon Trice. If he was, maybe he's sort of a Mike Morris type, in that maybe the approach for him needs to be add weight.
Yes.
Get back to 275, 280. Don't worry about the twitchiness and just be a base end. You know, maybe that's his future, but it would take a team really having conviction and believing they have a role for him. And it's a shame because he's a hard worker, high motor, you know, good dude. I don't think he played the draft process right.
No, he didn't. And, you know, I was going to ask you something. What did you think of the Bo Nix selection with Denver at 12?
I was going to bring that up a minute ago when we were talking about Sam Howell, because I was going to, for those, and there are many, I'd say, what do you guys think? It's about 50-50 of the Seahawks fan base that think Sam Howell can be the guy in the future, and the other 50% think it's, he threw too many interceptions. He's too much of a gunslinger. He's no more than a backup. Denver came out after the fact. You know, Schneider said when they acquired him, they had competition. Came out after the fact. The Broncos tried to acquire him, right? If the Broncos, you know, Sean Payton wanted Sam Howell. If they had made that move, they don't take Bo Nix yesterday at 13. And so that tells you what Sean Payton thinks of Sam Howell. But also, if Bo Nix doesn't go at 13 to the Broncos, I don't think he goes in the first round.
No, I don't think so either.
I agree. I think the Bo Nix thing too. That's a situation where you look at Denver, just the mess in Denver. Obviously, the last couple years with Russ, and then Sean comes in and absolutely hates his guts, and wants him out of there from the get go. So then it's and then all the dead money. They needed somebody where they could just be like, we need this guy. Now people are like, well, he's got Drew Brees similarities. I mean, I just think they needed to take a guy. And if they don't take Bo Nix, what's Sean sort of left to work with as far as a young guy that he can sort of groom?
Yeah, because they didn't have a second, right?
Right.
No.
Denver did not have a second round pick. So they have the 76th pick. Maybe they could have gotten Rattler.
Right.
And maybe if Rattler lasts till 76, that might be the criticism, if you look back on this year later. I mean, I like Bo Nix, and I think he's a perfect fit for Sean Payton and his offense and what he wants to do. I do. And it's funny that up until about 2 or 3 weeks ago, that was the presumptive mock draft pick for everybody. Nix 13. And then, the momentum was that he was slipping and he was going to slip out of the second round. And maybe that was just a really tremendous job behind the scenes by the Broncos to try to, kind of divert attention. But so I think the fit is good. It's just, I don't, my earlier point, if they are successful in trading for Sam Howell, I think they're doing that move when they tried to make it to get the guy. And I don't think they take Nix there at 13.
No,
I think it's interesting because you look at the two teams that were involved in that Sam Howell sweepstakes, we'll call it Sean McVay and Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Two guys that wanted quarterbacks, a quarterback that's young enough that I think they thought is a potential starter. They're not trading for Sam Howell to be a backup. That's not what they're trading for.
Right.
So I think that even leads more power to your statement, Dan, that I think Seattle and John Schneider, like you said, if you pumped him with truth serum, he's probably going, we view Sam as our guy going forward potentially if they don't take somebody here. If they don't take a Spencer Rattler that maybe they weren't anticipating to fall to them at 81.
Yeah.
So I think this will be interesting to see what the Lions do here. Cole Bishop just went the pick before.
That's a dude I love.
He's a good guy coming out of Utah and out of Whittingham's system there. He's a very good coach.
Just got a message from Michael Thompson from 12th Man Rising, who I've had on the show a bunch of times and studies the draft really deeply. And he said, he just sent this to me minutes ago. He said, there's a round left to go and there's still 40 players on the board. I can get excited about at 81. There's a chance to really nail this thing. I think that's a good point. The way this draft has gone, it's, there's been a lot of surprises and there's still, I cannot believe that we're 3 picks from the end of the second round and all those guards are still there.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I think, yeah. And then you look at, the amount of players that will be there. And if Rattler's name is there, now you're still going to have a tough decision, because then you really got to be like, this is the guy. Because now that pick becomes, that much more valuable, right? That, so, yeah, I mean, but like you said, you got a couple teams that you really got to get through the Giants, and you got to get through the Raiders. Because like you said, Raiders, like, man, I mean, they might be thinking the same thing. If this guy falls to us at this pick, we're snagging him here. Like that could be the exact same thing they're thinking.
Hey, do you guys mind if I take a break real quick and just put you on mute and just
totally. Yeah.
Absolutely, Dan.
I know I said it was on a time crunch, but I'm having a good time. So let's
awesome having you.
All right, man. Yeah, take your break and come on back.
All right, give me a sec.
Yeah, I'm just, Bryce, when you look at this, it's just crazy. And I think, just, I don't know, half hour ago when Dan jumped on and we started talking about, do they jump back in here? Do they get in the second round? Now you're looking at, like, there's no way. I mean, now we're getting later here, but it's just all these players that, we've had on our board that, are still available. And so, he just said, his guys said there's 40 players to get excited about. And we're 20 picks away from 81. Where are we sitting right now? So it's now you're getting excited about 81. All of a sudden you're like, hey, we sticking and picking right now looks like, obviously Byron Murphy is just a blue chip kind of guy that you want. But the only thing where you're like, there's this gap now, that just even looks better.
No, you're right, man. Like it's really interesting the way this draft has really fallen. And it kind of leads some credence to what John Schneider said in one of his pre-draft interviews, where the guard market is overvalued and overpaid.
Yeah.
Now we look at this draft. He's got such a pulse on the league sometimes on certain things.
He does.
That, imagine if we're sitting there at 81 and Cooper Beebe's still there. Christian Haynes is still there. Like,
the guys that we've had in our mocks.
And we've had in our mocks, but then we have that second pick on day 3.
I know. It's so close.
It's so close that, like, what happens if Spencer Rattler doesn't go between there? And you can still pick Haynes, and the guys out, like, there's no one that's, like, it's.
Well, so here's the scenario for you. Like, if Rattler's there, and like you said, you got picked so close together, does it make sense? Who's in between us in those picks?
There's Roger Rosengard. That's a good pick.
Yeah.
But again, Baltimore draft falls to them.
Exactly.
That's one thing about that AFC North, man. They're so good at just like the Steelers and the Bengals and the Ravens. They don't. They just let the board fall to them. And, again, they're going to get a good guy in there to block for Lamar and Derrick Henry. But yeah, man, like it's very interesting how this draft's going to go. And we've got some guys
who's in between us then from 81. And, like, I'm just thinking, if Rattler's there at 81, because you got a pick coming up right after that, it makes more sense to take him there. Even if you like one of your other guys, or would you? Or I mean, it obviously depends. I'm not looking at the board right now, but what do you have in between 81 and our next pick?
Damn Ravens.
I know, right? But we were just saying that. KC just traded, but we were just saying how the Ravens and the Steelers, Dan, and the Bengals are so good at letting the board just fall to them and getting their guys. But
and you know what's interesting? I sense that I think that's the way Schneider wants to play the draft.
I agree.
I think we spent from 2014 to 2019 just playing catch up because we made all those trades. We traded for Jimmy Graham. We traded for Percy Harvin. We didn't have first round picks. We traded down too many times. We had some misses, Malik McDowell. And so we were always trying to play catch up. And I feel like this is the opportunity now, especially with a couple of comp picks coming our way next year. If that's why I wasn't in favor of borrowing against next year's draft, where I think they've done a nice enough job of filling this roster out. And if Mike McDonald can create the culture and the identity that we think he's going to, that you go into next year's draft, and they might finally be at that point where John can do what these other teams are doing and just take value, take best player available, and let the draft come to you and not have to force anything and stop trying to make these big swings because one player is going to make all the difference.
So I got a couple comments in here that I think are interesting. We got Rockman Drums. I'm thinking we picked linebacker just because there wasn't many picked up until now, but that could change. And he then writes later on, I'm not even thinking about QB at this point. I think, I agree linebacker could be that pick if this falls the way it does, but the Chiefs just went up one pick, so I'm wondering who they did this for. That they're so worried that San Francisco may take him.
Mm-hmm.
With the 63 pick in the 24 draft,
Offensive line would make sense.
Select Kinsley Suamaiya from BYU.
There you go.
Let's go, Chief.
Yeah, you got to protect the franchise, right?
Yeah.
You absolutely do.
And he's a dude. He's so athletic, but he might need a little development time. But he's
that's a good.
He's so athletic.
Him and Rosengard, I think, are two really good back-to-back picks there between Baltimore and KC.
Let's keep this tackle run going.
Oh my goodness!
I agree because it just keeps pushing us talent down the.
That's the thing.
road for us.
Dan, when you took a break there, we just mentioned to Bryce how, obviously Byron Murphy's like, this blue chip can't miss kind of guy. And so, you stick and pick at 16, you have this big gap at 81. And, when you first came on, we were talking about, do we get back in this, trade? And now the way this talent is just kind of falling to us, that's stick and pick. I mean, Byron Murphy, he's there, you take him. But how much better does it look now that you stuck at 16, took this kid, and 81 is creeping up quickly now.
Well, and that's what we talked about. We talked about that a lot, and it's why I love the Murphy pick, because if you had taken Fatanu at 16,
right?
Look at what's left on the board defensively.
Oh yeah.
There's no tackles that are dynamic. There's role players, right? Like I'm looking at the NFL.com's like just their remaining undrafted players, right? And let's just go down like the 20. It's like linebacker, tight end, receiver, corner, running back, linebacker, edge, Austin Booker, who's not a big physical dude. There's no interior defensive lineman listed in the next 30 best available players on their scouting service, right? And there's tied in with anyone. They're owned by the league. You just wouldn't, man, then you'd be chasing. You'd have that guard, but you'd be chasing defensive front and you wouldn't get an impact player. You'd get another Cameron Young, right?
Yeah.
And now it's like, let's see. So we're about to finish. The Niners pick is going to finish out the second round. Their pick is in. So then the Seahawks have it's the 16th pick in the third round, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17th, actually. So if I go down the list of best available players on NFL.com to around that range, right? So we'll go 12. So here's what the list looks like from the 17th pick in the second round on, if you're just looking at their overall rankings. Hang on here. Just lost a spot. Jaden Hicks.
Right.
TJ Tampa, Zach Zinter, Adisa Isaac. You got a bunch of corners that are really good. Andrew Phillips from Kentucky, still there. Gabe Murphy, Fabian Lovett, Dominic Pooney, Brandon Coleman, Matt, then all those interior guys that we talked about. Hunter Norzad from Penn State, Braylon Trice, Tez Walker, Makai Wingo. Like, there's so much value falling our way. I don't think there's a guy to trade up for on this list except for Colson. If Colson falls to 70 into the 70s, maybe.
Then you think about it.
God, they're at 64 now.
I know. It's going quick. I mean, and that's why I just like how he's just, like you said,
he's the dude, right?
Oh yeah.
He's the dude we're hoping falls to 81, right?
I would think, yeah. And then, like you said, that with the 16 and not messing around, not trying to get cute, it's just let's go, right? I just love how that's a different mentality, because he could. I think when you look at it this year, because of that gap, because of no second round, it would have been easy for him to say, you know what, no, we're gonna just trade down like I normally do and just accumulate picks, and then we'll pick the third best guy and not Byron Murphy or something like that at that position. And we've seen how that's worked out in the past. So this time it's like, no, let's go get the best available guy here at this position. And
watch the Niners take him here though, because who got hurt? Greenlaw.
Greenlaw did get hurt, so it'll be interesting.
Yeah, that was an Achilles, right? So
yeah,
so he's gone.
Late Achilles injury is going to be tough. But just another question here. Michael Fawcett is asking, what position are we thinking will be the next pick for the Seahawks? I'm thinking linebacker.
Well, we talked about that. Yeah, we just talked about that possibly.
Yeah, if all these guards are still there at 81, I'm unless you just think that one of them is a really, really highly graded and is a steal at that point, I'm waiting until 4-2 to take that guy. It's if Colson's still there, that's my guy all day long. But I'm telling you, if it's not, if he's taken, it's I think that's the pick where we may see a curveball where it could be quarterback or it could be receiver. If Malachi Corley continues to fall and he's there at 81, it would not surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
All right, guys, here's our lovely division rival.
So you're thinking
kind of surprised, how do you guys feel about all the talk? Like, I think they wanted to trade one of their receivers to take Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah, I think Debo could still be a tradable piece for them because of his injury history.
Maybe. And that's one of those things too. I don't know how you guys feel about stuff like this, but whenever a division rival like adds to a strength already, it doesn't upset me as much.
Right.
Like the Niners already, have a dynamic offense and a bunch of good receivers. You add Pearsall to that, I don't think it makes them better.
No. Okay. Cornerback.
Detroit, I love you.
Well, that's something they needed.
Yeah, Renardo Green.
Yeah, they did need that.
When you're watching him, the game that you're going to hang.
Well, you know what?
End of the second round.
Yeah.
This is very interesting to me because I would have sworn they would have gone linebacker here because of Greenlaw's injury. And on top of that, like Warner's going to eventually be up on his contract. I think it's either next year is his last year of the deal. I could be wrong, or maybe it's 2 years, but
yeah,
he's going to want some money. Like you need to start investing in that position because that is such a huge driving force in that Pete Carroll defense is your active athletic linebackers.
Yeah. Wow, this is going to get interesting. This third round, this might be the most interesting round of this draft.
That's what I'm thinking.
We've heard about how the cliff kind of falls off after the top 100 picks. I think the storyline between 65 and 81 is Spencer Rattler and Junior Colson.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. So let's throw this out. If they're both there, you got Rattler and Colson. Is Colson the guy for you?
For me, it is. Yeah. I like Rattler, but I just, you talk about a guy who just turned 21 this year, who has 3 years starting experience at Mike linebacker for the best team in the country, who, you just hired the guy who played him as a true freshman at Michigan. He's going to know the scheme. He's going to fit in perfectly. I think his skill set is varied enough that you can find a role for him as a rookie, even with Dodson and Baker.
You're right.
And you have a guy on a rookie contract who you can see being long-term. And then you decide this offseason which guy fits best with him.
That's
true. And maybe it's probably, is it Dodson? Is it Baker? Maybe it's Baker, even though he's older, because he's more of a coverage guy and a weak side linebacker guy. Where if you see Colson as a true Mike, it'd be a fascinating pick. That of all the guys that if they're there at 81 and Seattle were to pass on him, if they didn't take Colson there, if he was available, that I'd be really scratching my head about that one.
No, I'd have to agree with you on that, Dan. I think I would too. That'd be one where I'd kind of be like. So the Jets moved up. Is this for Spencer Rattler?
It's Rattler, yeah.
Oh God,
I hope not. But
they jumped the Giants and Las Vegas to get up here.
Right. Yeah.
At this range in the draft, it wouldn't surprise me. There's probably some teams that have Pratt ahead of Rattler on their board.
That is true. Yeah. That is true.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
I watched a really good documentary on him actually the other day, the Michael Pratt. it was really kind of eye-opening his journey he's been on.
But you know what's kind of interesting to this possibility to me is I think Rattler, he has some Rodgers qualities, like just how quick he gets rid of the ball, his release, how just snappy it is, and how confident his release is. Like when he makes the decision to let the ball go, he goes. That's
And what do you think? Aaron's got what? How many more?
Aaron could be done after this year if he wants to.
That's what I'm saying. Especially if they bring in a guy like Rattler, you know, that there's a possible succession plan right there, right?
Talent wise, I think Rodgers could play for a couple more years. But how long do you want to live with the sideshow?
Well, yeah, and Green Bay got tired of it, right? And they had Jordan Love ready to go. So
and the sideshow keeps getting crazier,
crazier and crazier. I mean, even when he's hurt, it's a sideshow, right? Like he's like
if I was Joe Douglas. If I was Joe Douglas, I'd be like, dude, can you stop going on podcasts?
Yeah, that's just not going to happen, though, right?
Wait till you're done.
Well, yeah, I mean, you'd like that, right? But
once you retire,
this is going to be interesting because, like Bryce, you mentioned, they moved up ahead of New York or the Giants and Vegas here. So
I'm really
too, though. They still need help. They need weapons for him, right?
They do. They do.
This could be a receiver or a tight end. This could be a Jatavian Sanders or a Malachi Corley or Troy Franklin. Like you want to add a deep threat,
right?
With Garrett Wilson.
Yeah.
The fact they jumped that many spots for me tells me that this could be like, holy crap, Spencer Fells in the third round. We need to go get him.
Yeah, it feels like a quarterback situation, right? When you jump like that ahead of those teams, but
is it who's like? Oh, here we go. Let's see what this ends up being. Well, they got Braylon Edwards coming out.
Nice.
Ex-Seahawk Braylon Edwards for all of I think 6 games in 2012.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I think they're all in. I think this coaching staff knows they need to win. I think this is a weapon for Aaron Rodgers.
You're right about that too, right? This is the win now mode.
No.
You know what time it is? J-E-T-S. The Carolina Panthers have traded the 65th pick to the New York Jets. With the 65th pick in the 2024 draft, the New York Jets select Malachi Corley.
Oh, there you go. All right, there you go, receiver. You're right. You nailed it.
This top 50 player.
Well, Aaron's happy.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah,
I mean, it definitely does.
I could have seen Rattler, but like you said, I mean, you brought Aaron in to win, right? And when you look at it like that, Zach's out the door, and it's like, okay, you know, you brought him in to win. You brought him in to win now, and unfortunately, he got hurt all year, and so now you know you got to give it a run and get him as many weapons as you can now. So
the next
still on the board.
So now we're looking at pick 70 for the Rattler.
Yeah.
Question, right? We're looking at the Giants at 70.
Giants at 70.
The Giants at 70, and then it would be Las Vegas
at 77.
To me,
interesting.
Yeah, to me, I really think that like Vegas is more prone to take them.
I think the Giants are actually. It's weird. I feel like for them, because of all the swirling around Daniel Jones, yes, they brought in Drew Lock, but to me, I really think it could be that's where if he gets by there, Vegas, maybe they might take him. I think Antonio Pierce is still high on Aiden O'Connell.
As he should be. I don't think they should give up on him. Like they didn't get the elite guy they wanted. I think if I'm GM of the Raiders, I'm rolling with those two guys and filling out the rest of my roster for now. And not just because I'm obviously, I'm a big Gardner fan, and I'd love to see him get an opportunity to start somewhere for a couple of years, and because I think you can win with him. But I think O'Connell's got some upside too.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. I think there's definitely some upside.
How do you guys feel about the Cardinals draft so far?
Terrifies me.
Austin seems to be a really smart dude, doesn't he? You've seen the video from last year, right? The war room video when he was trading up and down and everything. He was talking to Schneider and all that. He seems really sharp.
Oh, there you go. Running back for Arizona. Trey Benson.
Okay. Makes a lot of sense at that point. He's dude, Benson's. I think 5 years ago, this guy goes in the first round.
Oh, I agree with you completely. He to me fits exactly what you need to offset Kyler, and he's a little bit different than James Conner.
Yeah. Here's my thing about the Cardinals. I think Austin Ford is legit, and I think he's going to build a great roster there. I don't think Kyler Murray's ever going to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
No.
I'm out on that guy. I just don't think he leads the locker room, and he's got some talent, but
yeah,
he just doesn't. Early in his career, I thought he was going to be a guy that was going to be scary to face. I just don't feel that way.
Yeah, I agree with you on Kyler too. I think, and I think with the new regime that came in, they try to sort of put it to bed and say, okay, the question marks are over about Kyler. He's the guy moving forward. But, you go back to even when the terms in his contract about, studying film and stuff like that. Like that's something, even little things like that. Like what kind of guy is this as far as, like you said, leadership preparation? And honestly, being a smaller QB, I mean, you definitely got to make sure you're just all in on everything because that's definitely a disadvantage there too. I mean, he does, like you said, he's got some natural talent, but I don't know, man. It's going to be interesting to see. I mean, obviously, plug and play with Marvin Harrison Jr. there. That he's going to be exciting to watch. I mean, he really is. I mean, talk about a guy that can just come in and be a number one right away. So if you're a Cardinals fan, you got to be excited about that for sure. And I love their new head coach. I just love the culture they're brewing down there. Not as a division rival, but just you look at our division. You look at our division. That's why it's so awesome to have a guy like Mike in our new regime. Is that you feel like you're just in the mix now. Not a slight on Pete, but you're just sort of like toe to toe with all these young, innovative minds now, and I'm just this whole division's kind of young and innovative. You know what I mean? Like
Brandon, there's your guy.
Brandon,
damn, you went way higher than any of the mocks.
I was just going to say that I thought at the Commanders pick here that Colson might have made a lot of sense, right? Like groom that guy behind Bobby for a year.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah,
that just I really hope this doesn't start a run on the interior.
Well, they do list him as a guard. Okay, they do.
Yeah. But man, I really would have liked him. But so what's funny right now, guys? If you look at that little ticker, we finally see Seattle back on that little ticker.
Yeah, there and this is where you can start to project, right? So now we go. Let's see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 picks until Seattle, right? And you start to and again, just if you feel like this is a priority, you've got Colson out there still, but look at this list of guards: Beebe, Haynes. It's crazy. Zinter, Pooney, Mahogany, Adams, Keegan. Like I can keep going. Layden Robinson, Javian Cohen, Mason McCormick. I can't believe he's rated that low on the NFL website because McCormick might be my favorite guy outside of Haynes on this list. But there's 10 names right there. They're not going to 10 guards aren't going to go in the next 14 picks.
You know what's really interesting here, though? So say I'm going to throw this out here as hypothetical. I could see Junior Colson being a fit with New England and Gerard Mayo being their new head coach.
Yeah. He might be looking at a linebacker.
I could see that. But I'm just going to throw this out here because we were talking about Spencer Rattler. So he gets by the Giants. He gets by Las Vegas. Look who has 2 picks after us. If they decide, we were talking about this earlier, they may or may not.
The Rams.
Yeah. And I would hate to see Spencer Rattler with the Rams in McVay's offense. Because like you were saying, Dan, he's got such a quick release. He gets rid of that ball so well. That would be one of those where it just drives me nuts, where it's like we could have had him, but we let it slip. I would love to see.
I'll give you a devil's advocate counterpoint to that.
Okay.
I would rather see the Rams take a quarterback here because I think, and I was going to ask this question about 5 minutes ago when we were talking about the 49ers. I think there's a chance. I don't even think it's a chance. I think I'd put money on the fact that come August, think the Rams, if they don't already, are going to have the best roster in the division.
Yeah.
And what they've done in the draft so far, like interesting, they go back-to-back Florida State guys, right? But like that was their, like I said earlier, like I don't mind a division contender or a competitor adding to a strength. It's, you know, when they fix their weaknesses that I get more worried. And, you know, if the Rams take a corner here or in the third round, I'd be more worried, right? Or one of those safeties. It's if they want to add a quarterback that's not going to see the field for 3 years, okay, that's an opportunity cost that could have gone to picking another player that could be more impactful. So I'm already in. Right now, if I was picking right now, I might pick the Rams to win the division. I think they've had a great offense.
No, that's a very fair thing.
With what they did at the guard position, that offense, you know, Kupp and Puka both being healthy, and with what we saw them do in the running game last year, Rams scare me more than the 49ers at this point, to be honest.
Rockman Drums wrote, the Cards may surprise you and pick Rattler. They might. We were just talking about Kyler here and being a potential, you know, is he the guy that's going to win you the Super Bowl? And he fits that little bit of that mold. I don't think they do the pick here because
got some of the same quality.
I think the Cardinals are kind of in on Kyler for at least a couple more years, but
I agree with that.
They could very well make that decision and decide to take Kyler. I got a weird feeling this is going to be a linebacker pick from New England just because of who their head coach is now.
When you said that, it makes a lot of sense. They need help everywhere. And so I could see New England doing anything right now. But although they just took a quarterback at 3 that I thought was too early, I thought that was a bad fit for May. I thought that was a bad decision by them. That roster's not ready to support a quarterback. And so
you know how
this should be an offense, and they need weapons for him, and they need offensive line for him.
Yeah.
Well, they got Jalen Polk for him, but you know what that pick of May felt like to me? It felt like Mac Jones all over again.
Yeah.
It felt like they were giving him the pressure of taking the desperation of like, we don't get to pick up here this often, so we better get a guy.
Yeah, you look at that, another team that might be, you know, you're almost reaching, you know, like talk about it, you know, another reach where, you know, Bo Nix, you know, like, yeah, the Broncos like him, but, you know, like you said, if he doesn't go there, he probably falls out of the first round. Yeah, man, I mean, it's tough.
It'd be interesting to know what the Giants offered to get up to 3,
right?
Because you could have dropped to 6 and got a ton and still got JJ McCarthy.
Right.
Like I
agree. You it's tough because you're not ready. Like you're just going to throw him in there. That's just going to be a guy that's just, I don't know, going to get killed.
I have a buddy who's a really diehard Patriots fan, and I haven't heard from him, and I haven't reached out to him because it's probably a little sensitive time right now.
Yeah, and he might be thinking that same thing. Is this
Prayer campaign?
There we go.
I am thrilled to have these tremendous leaders here tonight showing that what it means to stand up for one another and work towards putting the end to the hatred that exists in our world today. Christian, Emma, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Vincent and the entire NFL for your support.
We are honored to be champions working to fight the rising hate happening in communities across the United States.
With the 68th pick in...
Uh-oh.
Froze. I got it in the background here, though.
Okay.
Yeah, they went offensive tackle.
Yeah, that was interesting.
So here's where this gets really fascinating, right? So let's just say that Junior Colson is high on the Seahawks draft board, and it would shock me if he's not, like for all the reasons we've mentioned. So we're at pick 68 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you want to move up to 70, just for example. if the Giants don't want to take the quarterback there.
Right.
So by the Rich Hill trade chart, that's a 15-point jump, which would cost you, they really don't have a match. So they could give up both of their sixths. That'd be 14 points. Their second, fourth rounder is 24 points. That would be too much. Maybe you could do a pick swap in there somewhere. But just to give people an idea, let's see if, okay. So here's kind of the range. If you want to do an 8-point jump, you're talking about pick 75. This might be the turning point, right? 75, Chicago has it. That's an 8-point gap on the Rich Hill chart, which would cost you your early 6 that you got in the Sam Howell trade.
Right.
So we may be entering a territory here where it wouldn't cost them that much
to move up
5 or 6 spots if you want a guy like Colson, or if you do want Spencer Rattler, that gets you in front of the Vegas Raiders.
Here's another guy. One of our listeners just wrote linebackers getting picked. With the Chargers, Dan, we forget Jim Harbaugh's there now. Does he take Junior Colson?
Take Colson? Yeah.
I could see him taking Colson, or later on, I could also see him on another position group taking a Zach Zinter.
Mm-hmm.
So here's their pick at 6.
Damn, he's gone. Okay.
Good call, Bryce. God damn.
Yeah, that is a great call, man.
As soon as I saw it, and we were talking about, Gerard Mayo, and I went, damn it, the Chargers are there. They don't have linebackers, really. I really think this is going to be Junior Colson's spot because of the connection.
Well, let's look at the bright side then, right? So Colson's off the board. Maybe they view Peyton Wilson highly, but I think linebacker's probably out of play right now. And so when you look at it at 81, I think, again, could we have asked for a better scenario on the interior offensive line? And remember that John Schneider, about a month ago, he just kept being asked about this over and over in any press conference he did, and also in his Thursday radio show that he would do on 710.
Yep.
And before they signed Laken Tomlinson, the verbiage he used was that we intend to address this in free agency. That's when he first said we've got some veterans coming in after the owners' meetings, but we also intend to address it significantly in the draft.
Yep. And the way this board's fallen, you could realistically, I look at it, and the way this board has fallen is you could even end up with a guy in the 6th round that could still come in and compete, right? Like how it's kind of just, it hasn't fallen like any of the mocks really how we thought. Like, Junior Colson going here, Jeremiah Trotter still on the board, Peyton Wilson still on the board. Most mocks, they were going way before he was.
Yeah, Dan, if you had Peyton Wilson or Trotter at 81, are you still liking?
I'm waiting.
No,
I'm waiting.
You're gonna wait.
I'm getting Cedric Gray or Nathaniel Watson later. Okay. It'd be interesting. And sometimes you hear these things after the draft, like maybe we made some calls and tried to jump up in front of this pick, knowing that Harbaugh might do that. His brother is on our staff.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like, you talk about conflict of interest. How hard is that for those guys to not share information, leading up to a draft like this? But okay. That it's kind of like yesterday where Penix is off the board. Okay. Now you can focus on what you really need to do and just stick to the meat and potatoes. And they've talked about how they have to get better in the trenches. And
okay, here we go. Giants pick. Is this Spencer Rattler?
In the 1997 draft, I went as the 36th pick.
Or did they go?
My brother was the 6th pick in the 3rd round. He's now a Hall of Famer.
Did they go running back?
Ooh,
the 70th pick overall in the 3rd round of the 2024 NFL draft, the New York Giants select cornerback Andrew Phillips.
Wow.
University
wow.
of Kentucky.
So I think Drew Phillips is a guy that might have had some appeal to Seattle, but there's another quarterback team that's not taking a quarterback.
No. So that's off your board. So now you're really looking at
Okay, so I'm going to put out a scenario here.
It's the Raiders.
It's got to be.
If the Raiders don't, and the Raiders, as you know, we'll talk about this, Dan, because I watched Draft Day today as well. If, as Kevin Costner would say, if the Raiders balk on Spencer Rattler, and we end up being able to pick him, and then with our 4th round picks get, maybe Cedric Gray or Peyton Wilson or Beebe or one of these guys. Like, think about it. Cooper Beebe is still on the board.
Yeah.
You're getting a linebacker and a guard in the 4th round with those 2 picks that are going to contribute as rookies and be long-term pieces, even if you use 81 on something else. And that's why I said a half an hour ago that I thought this could be the curveball pick.
Like, this is where it's really interesting now what they do, because the way this board's falling to me, I'm kind of like, I'd be sitting there and some of these guys going like, what in the world is going on? But here we go. Here's the next pick. Cardinals are up again.
Guard, University of Illinois.
Isaiah Adams, guard out of Illinois.
Isaiah Adams, 25 starts. He's played guard. He's also
Sorry, I had my headset went out for a minute.
Oh, that's fine. No worries. It was just a guard off the board.
Who's that?
Isaiah Adams.
Oh, okay, my TV's behind you guys. And this is an interesting one too. Adams is an intriguing player. He played left guard and right tackle. That would fit, with the Seahawks certainly. But he's not my favorite guard left.
No, Beebe's my favorite guard right on the board right now.
And McCormick is mine. If not, Christian Haynes is. Why has Christian Haynes not been taken? To me, he's the most plug and play guard outside of Beebe.
I don't get it.
On this
list.
Is
there something that we don't know, maybe medical, that we're not aware of, that maybe teams are afraid of or something? But
because he even has some positional versatility. They had him work. He played some center at the Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
No, this is playing right into our hands. And again, here's what we're hoping for the next 8 picks is another run on another position. There's still some really interesting.
So here's an interesting one for Vegas that I didn't really think about. And one of our listeners put it in there, but for a different team. What if the Raiders go and take a running back like a Blake Corum? They don't have Josh Jacobs.
Right.
They lost him this offseason. I could see the Raiders maybe here taking a running back that's available, because they don't, like we said, don't give up on Aiden O'Connell yet. Like, he still has potential. He played decent. And, another one of our other listeners just said edge hasn't been. Maybe we see a run on edges again.
Yeah.
Braylon Trice goes off the board here or something, because what's funny is Carolina, I feel, is going to be one of the few teams we might be able to figure out what they do because of how many Seahawk staff members are now down there. They took a running back in the second round, right? Do they follow some of what Pete Carroll used to do?
Mm-hmm. I like the way this draft is falling, though.
No, it's.
Imagine if this falls exactly. We come out of this draft and not a single Seahawk fan has a gripe with a pick. And they're just like, the board fell perfectly to it. It's like first time Mike McDonald shows up and it's all horseshoes everywhere. The amount of luck that it falls. Like, I can't believe it's falling this way.
Honestly, at this part of the draft, like, you can't go wrong, right? Like, there's value left at tight end. There's value left.
Johnson, one of our listeners put him in there. Yeah, he's still on the board.
Jatavian Sanders was tight end 2 on most big boards. He's still available. There's still some wide receiver value there. Roman Wilson hasn't been taken yet. That surprises me. Troy Franklin hasn't been taken yet. There's a ton of safeties, like outside of Newman, Bishop.
Hicks still there.
Hicks is still there.
Yeah, Jaden Hicks is still there.
Goodness,
Michael Fawcett in our chat's been saying, give me Jaden Hicks now.
That would be a big time pick at 81. Something I could really see. There's some, there's still so much offensive line talent. If you are concerned about Lucas's knee, there's still some tackles, right?
Has one of your guys gone off, Dan, that you mentioned, Dominic Pooney? Has he gone off yet?
Nope, he's still there.
So he's still there. Like,
are you guys surprised at this? Are you guys surprised how much talent is left?
Yes.
Like, I mean, it's just, you look back when we first had 81 and you're like, man, like we're going to miss out on a lot of talent here. And now you look at it and like, there's a ton of guys that, that we can choose from here and address, needs or, best player. I mean, it just,
I think it speaks to,
I'm just going to throw this up on the thing right now. Here's the last 10 picks.
I think it speaks to how unique this year's draft is, that there are so many overage players.
Mm-hmm.
There are so many guys, with the extra COVID year, and that teams view that differently and they grade that differently, right? And so, and then just teams have different ideas about positional value now.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one thing I will say with at least my final mock draft is still completely intact and could happen. Because I had the Seahawks taking Murphy at 16.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
And then I had him taking Dominic Pooney at 81.
Okay.
Yeah. And nobody's picking any of my other dudes early either. So.
All right. Who do we think Carolina takes here?
God.
I think Seahawks. I think Seahawks. I could see them taking a tight end here.
What do they have in the running back room?
They just took Brooks from Texas.
Yeah. Oh, they did. That's right. That's the pick that I missed. Okay.
Sorry, guys.
I think they've fortified their offensive line, right? They lost Frankie.
Wow.
Oh.
Haven't seen many linebackers. You just referenced the running.
So that's a guy the Seahawks liked. Met with him.
So far, Trevin Wallace, very explosive.
Interesting that he goes before Peyton Wilson. Teams must really either have a concern about his knee or just don't know how to use him. And he could be that. Who was the kid? Simmons. That the Cardinals.
Isaiah Simmons.
Isaiah
Simmons. Yeah.
It was like, is he an edge? Is he an interior linebacker? Is he an off-ball linebacker? Is he a will? Is he a safety?
The other guy I think about with Peyton Wilson when I think of a comp, Isaiah Simmons is a really good one. The other one is Shaq Thompson. Just he's not as filled out enough yet.
He kind of reminds me of the guy the Broncos took last year that I loved out of Arkansas. What was his name?
I know who you're thinking of. I can't remember his name right now.
Sanders. Yes. Who I loved for the Seahawks, but he was the same thing. He was like, he can come off the edge, but is he a linebacker? Is he an edge guy? Oh, the Cowboys did no time. Wait a minute. The Cowboys. I know Jerry Jones keeps saying Dak's our guy.
We never
but he hasn't got him a new contract yet. Ooh, could this be it?
Could be a Jerry Jones guy.
The 73rd pick in the 2024
this is
NFL
quick.
Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Cooper Beebe.
Beebe.
Here goes the run. Here goes the run.
He's a good ball player.
The first round, we thought maybe they would take Graham Barton. They ended up.
Graham Barton's still available.
No, they were talking about how he was. They thought he might take him the first second.
Yeah, I was like, no, he's first round guy.
This might start a run on guards.
Right.
So this is an interesting. One of our listeners put this up, and I kind of like it. I don't know if we can all see this, but Michael writes, it's interesting how over the last 20 picks or so, maybe 2 were people on Seahawks radar. How differently all teams look for guys.
That we know of. Like, again, sometimes they hide their interest in a player, but no, and John says it all the time. He says, we grade for our roster, not the league. Like, we don't care how other people grade their players. Wow, look at all these teams just hurrying now.
Just going.
This might be
a start of the run on guards. It has to be, I think.
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if this is Christian Haynes.
Oh, be just so okay. Let's just say this is a run on guards here.
Although Raheem Morris being a new coach, this could be a defensive player. You've got Peyton Wilson could be there.
Jeremiah Trotter. That's what I think it is.
Trotter. That would be interesting. The thing keep hearing about him is how smart he is. I would think Raheem Morris would value a guy like that.
And I think they need a linebacker. They took what was it, Newton in the beginning.
With the 74th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Braylon Trice.
Oh, wow. Okay.
There you go.
Good for him.
Wow.
Yep.
Washington Huskies coming off the board.
They still
Over
list him
2
at
days. Very
245.
productive.
I'd be shocked if we didn't hear tomorrow that he's already back up to
260,
265 at least.
The thing I also found interesting there with Daniel Jeremiah's little thing was he said average bend.
That's his go-to move.
Mm-hmm. No, he's a bull rush guy.
Yeah. I thought Seattle, but I don't see a fit for him. But we're talking about Peyton Wilson there for a second, Dan. He could be a guy I look at where I go, okay, maybe he's inside for a bit. We can use him in there. But if Darrell Taylor doesn't pan out,
yeah,
he can bump out there and rush off the edge. He's got the skill set for it.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised Brandon Dorless hasn't been taken yet. There's so much talent left on the board. Seahawks are in great position. I'm starting to relax more now. I was really nervous at the beginning of the day with all the talk about like, do they trade up? I didn't want that.
No, I didn't.
No, neither did I. I was getting worried with that. I don't want you to mortgage. Again, like we've said on all our shows, this is a 2-year build. Like we're retooling this roster. Like this is truly a retool. It's not a rebuild. It's a retool.
Yeah, right.
But it's a 2-year retool. Like we need this year to set some of the.
Yeah. Bryce, you there?
Nope. Bryce froze.
Oh, he's frozen. But yeah, I think I agree with what he's saying because like I think I mentioned earlier, he's still trying to go. But I think there's just no reason to do it. I think if you were gonna do it, you do it in the first round and you trade 16 and then you don't mortgage this 2-year plan. Like we're not a player away, we're not 2 players away from the Super Bowl run. It's let's get we talked on your show last week. Let's get as many good players now, and you did it at 16, and you can sit back and see how it falls to you. And obviously, how we've been sitting here and just loving how it's fallen to us now at 81. So
I'm looking at this board of remaining players, and I'm like, as much as you can get an absolute day one big time starter at guard 6 picks from now.
It's crazy.
I'm kind of open to anything because we know that we can still get really good value in the 4th round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
100%.
Like if there's someone else that you have conviction for, like, dude, how about Roman Wilson?
Wow.
How would you feel about Roman Wilson? And he kind of like, I didn't study him a lot this year, just other than watching him from afar and watching what Michigan did and everything else, but just his style of play and what he did at the Senior Bowl. Like it's kind of Tyler-esque.
It is. It definitely is. We've got some interesting things here. We've got Michael Fawcett said, Jaden Hicks or Theo Johnson. Who do you want out of those 2 here? I'd have to go Jaden Hicks.
Yeah, same. Because I think he's that perfect, if Mike McDonald truly loves that interchangeable, like sort of chameleon safety. That
Jaden Hicks is that. And he's a great leader too. He comes in, he's a guy that can lead that back end of that secondary with Witherspoon for the next couple seasons.
He can play free, he can play strong, he can play slot, he can cover tight ends. He's around the ball, he knocks the ball out, he makes plays. Like he can even, if you get caught in a mismatch and he ends up outside on a corner, he can cover that guy. Like I'm shocked he's still there, to be honest. I know that safety's been devalued, but come on.
I know.
It's going to be really interesting. So the pick's in for Chicago. What do we think Chicago's doing?
I have a question for you.
Shoot.
Well, let's wait and see what the Raiders do first, and then I'll throw this at you.
Right.
No, I'll throw it at you now. Okay. There's so much talent left on the board. Do you consider moving back slightly from 81 to even pick up another pick or 2?
Ooh.
And there's a real easy match here with the Packers.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Because they have 88 and 91. So you could move back 9, but let's see what the trade chart looks like. If you were to go.
So here you guys go on the screen. This is who's currently available at Daniel Jeremiah's top 200. Like, damn.
He's got McLaughlin way higher than a lot of other. And I like him a lot. Okay, so Green Bay. if they wanted to move from 88 to 81, that would be 8 points. So we could get 169 from them, which is an extra fifth. We don't have a fifth round pick.
Yeah.
We could pick up a late fifth for moving back 7 spots and gain another pick next week or tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Oh,
yeah.
That's enticing to me. That is actually.
Yeah.
Because how many spots is that? That's only a drop of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
No. So,
seven. You'd be in the 7th spot. So you're dropping 6 theoretically.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. Picks in.
Bears.
Bears are up.
With the 75th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft,
Spencer Rattler. Let's mix it up.
Chicago Bears select Karan Amagaji, tackle out of Yale.
Okay.
Wow.
There you go.
There you go.
Wow.
Smart move for them. Like that's a guy that's it might take him a year or two, but he's an athlete at that size. Like, yeah.
But this is what I mean. There isn't like you start to see a run develop, and then someone comes in and just completely axes the run.
Yeah.
That's kind of been this,
Hey,
this
their
is
needs
so
are
weird.
Yeah.
But no, I would say like
At this point, yeah, maybe you do look at that.
I think you might have to like realistically, like we're Denver's up, then it's Vegas, then it's
We're a
Philly,
few picks
Arizona.
away.
Denver's pick's already in. They've already thrown it in.
Okay, so they're not going QB. It's just the Vegas thing. It's
Here's
gonna be the most
what I'll
interesting.
say. If the Seahawks are intent on taking a guy that they think could be a franchise QB at some point, and if they believe that Pratt or Rattler could be that guy, they're taking him at 81
for sure.
Yeah.
So if they either don't take one of those two guys at 81 or they trade out of it, then that to me indicates they think they're set at quarterback.
Yeah, I
And then
completely
they
agree
can
with
take a
that.
guy later on or something like that, like a Devin Leary or Joe Milton. It's the 6th round or something. Yeah.
Or even
Yeah,
a
but
small guy that we're not even thinking about.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Dan though. I think at 81, if Rattler, Pratt, or your guy you take, you don't trade, and then if you don't and you trade it, I don't even think you see a quarterback. I don't even later. I don't even think you take a Milton. I just think you're like, no, we're good with Sam and Gino. Evaluate, kick the can down the road. I think that's kind of what we're going to look at.
Because you're looking at now, you're looking at this draft board. You're looking at taking a guy at 81.
Yeah.
and the greatest undrafted wide receiver.
You're talking about taking a guy that can contribute as a rookie.
Yeah.
And long term.
Super fan.
Absolutely.
Levine Jones, who we lost recently. Rest in peace, Bronco Betty. My coach, Mike Shanahan. Put Mike Shanahan in the Hall of Fame.
Let's go, Broncos.
God bless Bo Nix.
Is that Uncle Rico from?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
From Napoleon Dynamite.
Right.
Three-time Super Bowl champion Denver Broncos select Jonah Ellis, linebacker, Utah.
Ooh, there's your edge.
Yeah.
I saw Kyle Brandt wearing that jacket last.
He's a little small for me. Like I like what he does. I like his ability, but he's a little small.
Yeah, and when he went up against good tackles in the Pac-12, the guys that are getting drafted today and yesterday, he did nothing. He got shut down.
Man, I'm kind of shocked at how this whole
We're 5 picks away.
Yeah.
we're
it's
5
crazy.
picks away.
Yeah.
Like it's so actually speaking of something, because I just saw something there, Dan.
Wait, so
I know
the
that
Raiders are on the clock.
you retweeted something.
Okay.
Do you think Tyler Lockett walks out in a potential new Seahawk jersey?
If it's
I know
gonna
this is something
if
that
it
we haven't
happens
really
now,
talked
right?
about, but there was that tweet that went out and got deleted.
So the first thing I saw was 2 months ago on TikTok, and it was an account that like works hard at finding out about uniform things. And they mentioned a bunch of teams that were getting new uniforms. And then they said, and they've been right about every single one of them. And then they said, we don't have firm confirmation of this, but we think the Seahawks might be doing it too. And okay, the Raiders pick is in. This is going to be huge.
Okay, we'll hold off on this and we'll see.
But then that one tweet went out from an aggregator account yesterday. Guy with 200,000 followers, guy who's been right about a bunch of stuff. And then it
Yeah.
was deleted.
With the 77th pick in the
All right, this is
2024 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Delmar Glaze.
Wow. Okay. Not even close.
Yeah, this is an
Wow.
Trade down.
upgrades, especially on
Trade.
the right
Yeah,
side.
I agree. Right now, go down.
The left tackle.
If
Go
you-
down and try and get a.
you can get an extra fifth, yes. If you can get extra fifth or more,
left tackle there in college at Maryland, played under
because
control.
I think you, how far can you trade down if you still want to take a quarterback and still get one? You've got, well, Rams at 83 again, like you had talked about earlier. Maybe you don't. Okay, this is where we're going to find out.
Yes,
Let's look at it
I
this
agree.
way.
This is where I will say we'll find out about Rattler if they really like Rattler. This is where we're going to find out about it. Otherwise, I still think Pratt's a guy, but
maybe they feel like they can get him in the fourth.
I think if Rattler's there, you take Rattler. I mean, I don't think I don't think they would have thought Rattler was going to be here at 81.
I don't think they did either. I think they thought Rattler was going in the second round.
I think we're going to get two questions answered at 81. One is how committed are they? What's that?
So I don't know. It says trade. So
Okay.
hold on a second here.
So it'd be the Commanders moving back.
Houston just jumped up.
Oh, well, they're not taking a quarterback.
They're not taking a
Nope.
quarterback.
But it's interesting because what does Houston do here?
God, their
And what
roster
is
is so damn good right now. What do they need? What do they feel like they have conviction that they need? Another.
I think they need a safety.
So they go Jaden Hicks.
Are you going to move up?
Yeah,
The question is, what we'll have to see what the what the compensation was.
Yeah, that's a good point. This will be interesting. See how far they moved, because they moved up then from, where were they? They were at 79, so they moved up 3 spots, 2 spots.
No,
one.
Yeah, you're right.
1 spot. Wait,
where were they?
no. I'm sorry. Houston moved up from 86.
Okay. Oh, Arizona just went. Another trade just happened.
To 78.
Arizona dropped. So they were 2 picks ahead of us. Arizona jumped back behind us and swapped with Indianapolis.
So Indy now has Indy sitting at
Indy's got pick 79, and since he's got pick 80, we got 81. Then it's Arizona and then the Rams.
So we got Houston next, and
Houston,
then we have
then Indy, then Cincy, then us.
okay.
And I
so
wonder
since he's not taking a QB.
So
no.
Rockman drums right here, maybe receiver.
So Rattler's going to be sitting there for us. I mean,
If we want this, we're going to get 2 questions answered at 81. One is, are they committed? Do they feel strongly enough to add another quarterback to the mix with a premium pick? And the other one is Abe Lucas, because there are some interesting tackle possibilities left at 81 too. And if they go another position at 81, then I think that tells you they're set at quarterback and they feel good about Lucas.
And that's just going to be
Dan. You said you were coming down. How much is your heart raising right now with pick 81 coming up here and your excitement for what they're going to
I
do?
don't know if it's heart, but it's like goosebumps. Like I'm just this shit I get off on. Like this is the fun stuff.
It's cool because I mean I think like you said, if Rattler's there, I mean I'm not saying they take him, but at least it's going to answer questions, right? It's going to kind of answer questions of what the priorities are going into the next season, right? Where, wait a second, everyone thinking we're going to go quarterback here in this draft. No, we have Sam and Gino and we're totally fine. We're here to build a roster in 24 and we don't need a rookie quarterback right now. So, it's just going to be, it's just going to add to that suspense here if he's still on the board. Like you said, unless we trade down, then those probably going to answer some questions too.
This is the kind of stuff. This is why I love the draft. This is why I'm still here, right? Like I told you originally, just maybe I'll hop on for half an hour, and it's like, wait a minute, I can't not be on with you guys when the pick happens.
Yeah, well,
right. Like,
and then I have
it's
another.
Gonna be really interesting to see what they do here. Another team you could potentially trade with if they do want to move back is Tampa Bay, who has 2 picks.
Okay, yeah. But what about this, you guys? Because after they pick at 81, if they do, then there's 20 more picks. And Seahawks have 2 fourths. You see where I'm going?
Yep.
What if they don't want to wait? what if they want to move up into the back of the third round and take another dude today? That's why I can't like just sign off after 81.
Yeah.
Go ahead and do a reaction show on my own channel. Like we gotta hang out. We gotta play this one to the end.
With the 78th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Kalen Bullock, defensive back,
Safety.
USC.
You called it.
I figured they were going to go
Good
safety.
call.
Something D'Amico Ryans was missing.
They're making a mistake taking Bullock over Hicks.
Yeah.
But that's okay for us. Let's be honest. That's okay. Do you, Houston? Do you?
Because of that range.
Yeah, like I might, if I'm taking Kalen Bullock, I might make him a corner. Like he's a good coverage dude, but I don't like him tackling. Like that USC defense was a travesty trying to tackle dudes the last 2 years.
Yeah, they were horrible.
He was a big part of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Wow.
now we got. So you said Indy moved up to 79. Are they on the clock now?
Indy is on the clock now, and
And
I
then
could see
Cincinnati, and then
And then us.
Seattle. And Cincinnati they don't trade, first of all.
Nope.
So they're set. And they're not taking a quarterback. So we're going to get to 81 with Spencer Rattler and Michael Pratt still on the board. This is going to be really, really telling. Schneider's been telling us for 6 years that he's disappointed that they haven't been able to take quarterbacks every single year the way his mentor Ron Wolf taught him. And
I really gotta, I don't know, there's a gut feeling in me that term impressive that John Schneider said about Spencer Rattler. He doesn't throw that around often.
right.
He'll
Yeah,
say,
dude.
"Oh, he's good," or "Yeah, we like what he does." He doesn't use he was impressive.
Yeah. He
Yeah,
didn't talk like that about Bo Nix.
Nope.
Colts.
With
With
his
the
empty
79th
Colts.
pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Matt Gonzalez, tackle.
Ah. That's a guy I think the Seahawks really like. And I hadn't studied him until we brought him in for a 30 visit. And then I watched the tape and I was like, damn, I like this dude.
Yep. He's a good looking guy. He's big. But would he would have been a right tackle for us. He would never have played the left.
I think he can play guard though. But
true,
they announced him as a tackle. Okay, interesting. We'll see where he ends up. But no, he's one of those guys I just like. When I turn on the tape, if in the first 3 or 4 picks or the first 3 or 4 plays, I see you just trying to drive dudes into the ground, I'm like, I'm on board. I'm gonna watch more.
Yeah.
We
All
are
right,
we
one
are
more pick
two
before
we're
us.
two this is crazy. We're 2 picks away. I just did not think the
Pick ten.
possibility of
Since you didn't
Rattler.
trade, so here we go.
Wow.
Yeah, I just didn't think the
Now
possibility
John's
of
working
Rattler.
the phones. John and that crew of guys he's got, Matt
Yeah.
Barry and you know,
I hate that they don't have a war room cam this year.
Yeah, what's going on? How come they don't have a war room cam?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Did
They
you-
like to keep things close to the vest.
Yeah, but did you see the video they put out about all the photos they didn't take down?
Well, how about the troll job they did yesterday with him and McDonald in front of
Yeah.
the tip picture? And then, the PR team sends out the whole like, let's walk you up to the war room. And
Yeah,
there's
exactly.
pictures. Like,
Yeah.
I put it on my show the other day. I was like, because somebody mentioned that, you've got that Sherman jersey back there. They're like, take that down.
Yeah.
So I put it out. I was like, hey, I'll put it up to a vote. I have other jerseys I can put up there. How do you guys feel? And it was about 60-40 keep it, but I don't know about Sherman.
Sherman's getting a lot of
Hey, look at TJ Hashimazeli.
yeah, former Seahawk.
Jermaine Burton, wide receiver, Alabama.
Wow.
Here we go. Here we go.
So here's my question. Does that now signal a T. Higgins trade may be in the works?
Maybe. I mean, this dude's got some character issues, I think is why he fell, but he's a big time talent. Okay.
All right, it's our time.
All right, what are we doing here, boys?
There
Here
are
we go.
so many options.
Dan, what are you doing here at 81 right now? If you're John?
If I feel like Spencer Rattler or Michael Pratt is a guy that could challenge Sam Howell for my next quarterback, for my 10-year like franchise quarterback spot, right? If I have conviction on one of those guys, if I believe Spencer Rattler is that dude that tilts the room, I'm taking him here.
Okay, so our chat's going off here, guys. So we've got John's going to trade down. We've got Michael saying trade back.
Well, that's what I was going to say next. Is if not, if you feel good about quarterback and Howell's your guy, absolutely. If you have an offer that gives you value, trade back from here. Pick is in. So they didn't even wait.
Turn it up. Let's hear. Here we go. Pick is in. I agree.
I'm going to say Rattler, Hicks, or Haynes.
I want to hear Rattler's name. Oh, we're going to commercial.
Okay.
I want to hear Rattler's name. I'm so high on this guy. I've talked about him.
I want to hear Christian Haynes' name.
Okay.
But if I hear Rattler's name, I'm going to go ahead and get excited.
Okay.
Okay. So
right.
I'm going to throw the curveball in here. Peyton Wilson.
He's such an interesting player, and I think
why
can do some cool stuff.
That is why I'm throwing him in here as the curveball. And you know what? I'm really excited we get to do this with Dan. Have this pick come up.
But is that realistically what you want to see? Like,
I don't know that that's much of that of a curveball, though. I think curveball would be offense. I think curveball would be Theo Johnson, Jatavian Sanders, Roman Wilson, one of the receivers. Like I think to Cade Stover. Like there's some real value here on offense. It's
going to be really, really interesting what they do here.
Skill position, knowing you have the second pick tomorrow and all these guards are left. Because again, let's just say this for your viewers, if they're watching right now, just to get ahead of the game, in case they're pissed that we don't take a guard here. Haynes, Zinter, Pooney, Mahogany, Keegan, right? McCormick. For selfish reasons, I want it to be Pooney so that my mock draft is perfect up till
Well, and that's what I think. I think you can get these guys. You can get someone later on. Peyton Wilson. Yeah, I mean, I liked him too.
He's
fun.
I
wouldn't be mad at that pick.
I've got a weird feeling it's two players. My personal feeling.
You've been right. So
I've been right on a couple of these. The fact it was so quick. They weren't talking clearly a lot.
No, you're right.
Rattler? I think it's Rattler.
Just because of how quick the pick is. Just how quick the pick is. And
just how quick,
and then they looked at the 3 teams, 4 teams ahead of them.
Yeah. We're going to have the reaction after this, but they could still trade back in. If there's guards they like, they can go from the second pick in the 4th round back into the late 3rd and get maybe Christian Haynes or Mahogany or one of these guys.
The most fun pick would be Rattler.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It'd be the most interesting preseason we've had in a long time.
Oh, one of our listeners is like, I know pick. I won't say. Oh, are we that far behind? Oh, boy.
Oh, no, my God. Yeah, okay.
Don't say anything, Michael. Don't say anything.
Who's this?
The second
God.
Oh, this is Lad.
We got Lad McConkey?
How did we get him? He already got drafted.
He fell to 81. Oh, yeah.
That's good. Are we that far behind?
That's why I don't look at Twitter. I don't look at Twitter.
Michael says we're about 5 minutes behind. We're on a stream, right? So it's going to be a little behind here.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, but that's quite a bit behind. So here we go. Man.
Oh, boy. Okay, everybody. Here we go.
Adonai Mitchell. He is now.
I mean, when was the last time you got excited about an number 81 pick? This
I can't remember.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
This should be.
I mean, I got to give Schneider credit for being so patient. A lot of people just didn't think there was any way he was going to let 64 picks go by.
Just sitting there. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We even had we talked to Greg Bell. He said the same thing. He goes, "You guys actually think he's going to wait between 16 and 81?" And we were all like, "No, there's just no way, right?"
And I don't think.
Oh, and there's Tyler, right?
Oh, he brought out a T-shirt. Is that our new uniform?
Yeah, no kidding, right?
That is lame. Did Fanatics come up with that?
Okay.
Oh, the future football is female.
Okay.
It's truly a blessing to be standing.
Oh, wouldn't it be crazy if Lockett announced Roman Wilson right now?
To make girls
it would be.
Football a sanctioned sport.
No, come on. Rattler would be fun, and I'll tell you why afterwards.
Yeah. Let's vote and let it make this happen. And now, to all the 12s and everybody watching, with the 81st pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Christian Haynes.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yes.
Who's played a lot of ball. 49.
Oh, there's a plug and play guard, everybody.
Wow.
To the NFL. He's got an enormous lower body, plays with excellent awareness.
Dan, you fired up about that. We're excited about that pick. We talked about him.
Look at him get that second level. That's one thing.
Yeah, no, he's
These guards do that well in Washington.
Getting up to that second
Part of
level,
the
watch the
scheme.
angle, able to turn, get his feet positioned and control.
Wow, you guys.
As a puller under
Crazy.
control, gathers himself.
Wait a minute.
able to
On
clear
that
out the
last
hole
snap, did he play right guard? He's at right guard there.
Intelligence shows up and he gets a decleater.
I
right
thought he
there.
was left
See
guard
that one?
only.
CD, we were down there for this
No,
one.
he's
I
both.
thought he really helped
Wow.
himself.
Some guys can only play one side.
We're frustrated Jordan Jefferson a little bit. Took a helmet off and let it go.
Oh, there's our
Joel,
board
when you
cam.
watch him.
Yeah.
I see Nate Davis, who's now with the Chicago Bears.
Wow.
Different type of a body, different type of a stance, but going to battle you all day long.
So
You wanna deal
everybody
with
that
him,
was
pack
so
a lunch,
worried about
maybe a
our
snack.
Seahawks and John Schneider and not trusting the process.
You got
This
it's
this is good.
all the panic about interior offensive line for the last couple of months among the fan base. Like,
Yeah.
first of all, and we talked about it when we did your show and my show, that I'm a believer in Olu Oluwatimi. I think he's the starter from day one. I think he's a good starter. You bring in Laken Tomlinson, who is just a warrior and just a Iron Man, and just starts games and plays games. And you look at his PFF grade from last year, whatever. The Jets were a shit show.
Yeah.
And he's a left guard his entire career, right? You talk about Anthony Bradford, 4th round pick last year. Are they ready to give up on him? I don't know. Let him compete. If Haynes is ready to go day one, guess what? Bradford has also played left tackle. He can play either side. He's good depth. Maybe you can trade him for a pick. I don't care. Like, all of a sudden, like, you look at that offensive line, and again, this, I think, is another piece of evidence that they really feel that Abraham Lucas is going to get back to 100%. Is it going to be by week 1? Doesn't really matter, because we have George Fant.
Right.
Christian Haynes is a steal at 81.
Oh, jeez, that's a huge steal.
To me, he was the second best guard in this draft, in my opinion.
I agree with you, 100%.
And we get him at 81. We get the best defensive tackle in the draft at 16. We get the second, or whatever list, maybe the third. Like,
sure.
So here's the thing I got to say to you. For once we trust the process, we've got potentially 2 blue chip players with our first 2 picks.
Without having to give anything up.
Do anything, without having to give up anything. And then you put in Leonard Williams in your draft board at
Right.
second
Round
pick.
2.
Like, this is huge. Okay, so the Rams are up. Now, do we think this is Rattler? Because if it's not, does he fall to the 4th round?
If Rattler and Pratt are still there overnight, you almost wonder if the Seahawks will do one of those where they move, they give something up to move up one spot, right? We see that sometimes. We saw it last night to today.
Yeah, we see it a couple times.
Here we go.
And with the 83rd pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the 2-time Super Bowl champion Los Angeles Rams select
Blake Corum.
Yes.
Running back.
Wow.
What a weird pick for them.
That is a weird pick for them.
But Kyron Williams was such a revelation for them last year. And that offense really started to take off when he started to become the feature guy.
Okay, so I'm just going to say now, look at the remaining teams here. Dallas is about the only one I could see Rattler going to.
Right. I could see Dallas for sure.
Because Dallas doesn't, but hold on. Actually, you know what we're forgetting about? As crazy as it sounds, I'm just going to say this.
Pittsburgh?
What? Well, no, not Pittsburgh, but about Dallas.
Well, and the Rams have another pick too.
Who did Dallas pick up though? In case of the Prescott thing, they picked up Trey Lance last year.
Trey Lance,
that's right. And they were raving about him last week.
Yes.
You're right.
So I don't think
good.
Dallas takes him. So now it's maybe the Rams again.
Maybe.
But other than that, there's a good chance Michael Pratt's a 4th round quarterback for us.
Oh,
Here's the thing too. Here's the thing too, though. Now you've basically checked your 2 biggest boxes.
Yep.
Coming into this draft, right? Another dynamic defensive tackle and a guard that can play from day one. So now you've got some freedom. You can do whatever you want with the rest of this draft and just take value. So what would it cost to move up from 102 to, Cincinnati and Pittsburgh don't typically like to move.
Nope.
But let's say 90, let's say 96 to Jacksonville. Let's look at the trade chart. So if Seattle wanted to move up from 34 or 102 to, what did we say, Jacksonville 96? So that's only 5 points, which theoretically, right, would cost our second 6th rounder 192.
And to go up and get a guy like Spencer Rattler or Michael Pratt,
or knowing you have
That's
those two picks next year in the 4th and the 5th, maybe you say, we'll give you a future 4, right?
You know what's insane? That, I'm just looking at our chat here. One person writes, receiver next, please. And that Michael comes back with, Hicks is still on the board.
Yeah. Dude, there's so much value.
Now, I've got a feeling this could be Jaden Hicks to pair with Micah Fitzpatrick. Or Minka Fitzpatrick, I should say, sorry.
Yeah.
Because that would just be so Pittsburgh to take a good safety.
Isn't it? God dang it. It's so refreshing to watch the Seahawks draft the last couple of years and take guys that make sense, that we want, that we think fit.
The Pittsburgh Steelers select
Why is it?
Roman Wilson.
Oh, my. Receiver central there.
Damn.
They're trying to hook Russ up.
Yeah.
Okay, Russell has no excuse now to fail there.
Yeah, right.
But
seriously, how it's so for us to take the right guys after years of just curveballs and unpredictability and every
Reaches.
pick they would take would be a reach according to the consensus big board, right? That now we've checked these 2 boxes, we can do whatever we want now. They're going to take a quarterback. This is my prediction. They're taking a quarterback. I think I think Spencer Rattler or Michael Pratt is a Seahawk at some point in the next 24 hours.
I think you're right. I think that's going to happen.
He's talked about it too much.
Well, and the thing that's so insane about this whole process for me is, like you said, this is the first time I can really look at a Seattle draft and go, holy shit, you went on your checklist. We need to fix the interior of our lines. Check. And that's still next year. You may still add another guard next year.
Yeah.
Because now that you've got this young guard coming in Christian Haynes, like we've been talking about this whole time, what about if we get into the 6th round, or we get a 5th round pick somehow in a trade back or something in one of our 4ths, that we don't end up with like a McCormick or a McConaughey. Really, it's an oyster situation for us. The whole draft's our oyster now. We can figure out what the hell we want to do.
And and this late in the draft, I mean, like you said, that this gap was this big concern, and we still got 2 guys like premium dudes. Like it's super exciting. And you're right, I agree. It's been refreshing to see, like going back to last year and in the first 2. We didn't trade. We stuck at number 5 and 20, and we take 2 bona fide plug and play studs, and JSN and Witherspoon, and you're not used to that, right? And you used to going back to like the LJ Collier type, pick them late in the first, and okay, I think we're addressing a need, but hopefully this works out, right? Where it's like Byron Murphy, yes, things can happen, but this guy just got blue chip written all over him, right? And it's like, here's another guy. Now you pair him with Leonard, you just get excited. And now with Christian Haynes, and now like you guys are saying too, now we can do what we want. Like it feels like okay, even if we, you're at this point in the draft too, where the expectations, but there's so many players still. Like the fact that we have a potential to get a Spencer Rattler still after we've checkboxed
the
Byron
2 biggest
Murphy,
boxes.
Haynes, two biggest boxes, and especially then with it, and what fans have been wanting to check off. Obviously, we've needed it, but it's like, we didn't go corner, we didn't go, Cooper DeJean. Like we went, here we go. Let's go in the trenches and let's get big time guys.
I can't believe that we're sitting here talking about Christian Haynes being a Seahawk. Like I never got. I've done hundreds of mock drafts in the last couple of months. I don't think I took Christian Haynes once because I never could.
Wasn't there.
Because unless you trade down significantly or multiple times into the early second round, like he was gone all day long. And remember, Steve Hutchinson works as an advisor still to John Schneider and the front office staff. Like we'll probably hear stories in the next couple of days that like he worked him out, he looked at him. I bet you they never thought he'd be there at 81.
Right.
And they probably, we may find this out later too, they probably made some phone calls about moving up to get him. Like it's a freaking steal, you guys. I cannot believe anything for the rest of this draft is gravy to me. To me, you get Murphy, you get Haynes in the first 2 picks, and you only have 2 in the first 81. It's an A. It's an A.
Yeah, it's another A. And like our listeners are writing in here, Cedric Gray's still available for linebacker. Troy Franklin as a receiver is still available as a speed kind of gadget guy. Like
Malik
there's Jalen McMillan for Seattle right now, and we still have we're talking about just
Jalen McMillan.
Yeah,
Jalen. Oh my gosh, you're right. Jalen McMillan hasn't got off the board.
Shit.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
we took him in our mock last week.
That's right. Yeah. So you're
and we
there
were saying, well, we got to take him here in the 3rd because he might not make it. At this rate, he very well may make the 4th round.
And when we did our mock together, I can't remember. We done a few mocks, but we traded down, right?
Yes.
So we traded from 16, and that's why we had Jalen as our 3rd guy chosen. You know, but you look at it now. I mean,
pick.
I don't think he could have mocked this good.
No.
Save your money. It's not about how much you make, it's about how much you keep, all right? Remember that.
Good advice.
With the 85th pick in the 2024 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Zach Zinter.
There he is.
That's great value there.
Yeah, really good.
I think it tells you how the Seahawks feel about Christian Haynes. They took him instead of Zinter with all the
familiarity. We have to look at, and this is what I said earlier in the show, and is just because Mike Macdonald has these connections doesn't mean he's solely bent into them.
No, we haven't signed one or acquired one single player that he's been associated with yet.
Yep, exactly my point.
And just to talk to speak to a subject we talked about earlier, this is what it would look like if you had taken, as many fans wanted us to, Troy Fautanu at 16, right? Or Jackson Powers Johnson. Like there was a lot of sentiment for him as well. This is what we were talking about as far as how the draft board lined up with value in this particular class. If you'd done that, this is what would have been available at 81 for the interior defensive line. Fabian Lovett, Mekhi Wingo, who weighs 285 pounds, Dwayne Carter, Brandon Dorless, Tyler Davis, Jordan Jefferson. Like these are lottery tickets.
Yeah.
These are legit hit and miss, maybe rotational guys that you could project. The combo of Murphy and Haynes.
Exciting, man.
That's unbelievable. That's second round value. Yeah, we didn't have a second round pick. Haynes is a second round pick. I don't know why he lasted as long as he did, but there's going to be teams that are going to be looking back on this like we look back on Creed Humphrey.
Right.
And think, why didn't we take that guy? I think this guy has all pro selection in his future.
To the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, shit.
With the 86th pick
That's
in
right.
the 2024 NFL Draft, the NFC champion.
Cedric Gray here. I can see going. I can see.
49ers select Dominique Pooney, guard from Kansas.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tommy Harris.
Great pick for them.
So now we're seeing it. The run on guards is starting.
Yeah.
Although they list him as a tackle, it's interesting how teams do that sometimes with, like Jackson Powers Johnson, they announced as a guard when the Chargers took him.
No, I'm kind of blown away that I'm sitting here right now going, okay, we waited that massive amount of time and we're walking out with 2 A grade level picks.
That's insane, man.
It's crazy.
And we still, Seattle, like we said, they have the 2nd pick in the 4th round. there is a lot of opportunity here for John to be working the phones, maybe to come back into
Jump
this
back
and
in.
get a guy that they want that's still sitting there.
Yeah, I bet you he's trying. You know, I mean, obviously none of us know what the draft board looks like for them, but knowing they have 118 and it wouldn't cost you that much to move up, like I would at this point with 86. So we have 14 picks left in this round. I'd be surprised if we don't take another player at this point. I think he's trying. I'll bet you anything. Maybe this is why they didn't want the War Room Cam this year. I bet John Schneider's trying like hell to move up into the end of into this third round. Yeah.
Well, and it was interesting because, you know, we listened to Jim Nagy so much talk about the Senior Bowl and stuff, and he made a comment that rounds 5 through 7, there's a severe drop-off in talent because of the COVID year still affecting the college football. The NIL is affecting it.
Yep.
So I could see John going, okay, if I can get back up into this third, get another guy, I still have a decently mid to high fourth again.
Yeah.
And then I'm waiting to the 6th. Okay, cool. I'm waiting to the 6th. But like I agree with you, Dan. They're walking out of here with either Spencer Rattler or Michael Pratt.
And then you can make the argument if they do something like that, that like, yeah, we didn't have a second round pick, but we ended up with 3 of the top 100 picks. And to me, Haynes is second round value. Right. There's a reason that that pick was in immediately.
Yeah.
They probably tried. We'll find out. It'll be interesting to watch this post-draft press conference, right? The day 2 presser, because sometimes he's pretty transparent about things. And I'd be shocked if he didn't tell us we were trying to move up and we couldn't find a deal that we liked because this was a guy that we saw coming to us.
No, 100%. I'm gonna go to sleep tonight being very happy with what the Seattle and the direction the Seattle Seahawks are going.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna step away for a second, you guys. I'll be right back.
No problem. So Ryan, just to throw this out there for you, who do you think Dallas takes right now? Their picks in. Who do you think Dallas is taking? Do you think they're taking a linebacker? What do you think they're doing?
I could see linebacker. I mean, your point about Trey Lance is you know, interesting because, you know, they are high on him. Here's a guy that never really got a shot in San Francisco, and you know, Dak not getting a contract yet and all this kind of stuff. You know, obviously they're looking at the future and you know, whether it's Dak or whether it's Trey. Yeah, I don't think they go quarterback here. I think I could see them going linebacker. There's obviously a few still on the board. Peyton Wilson's still there, a guy you're really high on. I like as well. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if they kind of go that route.
So here's who's left
on the board there. Yeah, his top. So Peyton Wilson, top of his board, still left.
Yeah,
41 on his 100.
Your tight end buddy there, Tanner McLaughlin, still there.
Yeah.
Jadavion Sanders, Mohamed Kamara, like there's some still really good players up there.
And Jaden Hicks hasn't went yet, right?
No.
So Hicks is still there. Man, there's just so many good ball players still left. I just think I'd love to get back in this round as for the Seahawks. Yeah, it's going to be interesting here. Just kind of, I know we kept talking about it, but just I feel like we're almost playing with house money at this point, you know, just for
kind of are
because of the 2 guys we got and where we were, like, you know, obviously home run pick, we feel at 16 and then at 81 as well. So now you're like, and like Dan's saying, you filled your biggest needs and you're not reaching for it. It's not like we reached, you know, we sat there and watched all these offensive players go, and then Byron Murphy was there, and then same with 81. It's not like we jumped up to go get this guy. You know, we sat and waited at 81 for Christian Haynes, and he fell right to us. And like you said, how quick that pick was in.
I'm shocked. This is how the draft gone for Seattle. Like we could have done 100 mocks. Oh, here we go.
Marist Liufau
linebacker, Notre Dame.
There you go, linebacker. Right.
I'm so happy to see him go in the third round because he was a dude that early in the process I identified as a guy that I really liked at linebacker. I think he plays with his hair on fire. He's really aggressive, super high motor, always moving forward. And for some reason, like so many of the draft analysts out there had him pegged as a 5th, 6th round pick. Like, God, he's a guy that I liked.
Yeah, interesting that they got on linebacker. We were just debating right now when you stepped away about quarterback, but when Bryce brought up the point of Trey Lance, we were just like, no, you know what? I think they're high on him still, and they're just not going to waste a pick on another young QB there.
No, that makes sense.
Like I'm looking at the rest of this. So Green Bay's picks in like instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Tampa's up, then Arizona, then Green Bay, then Tampa again. Baltimore, Philly, Buffalo, Jacksonville, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, the Rams, and then Washington.
Rams at 99 might be the only possibility there, I think.
This is the thing I'll say though.
I don't know, man. Like you said, I don't think they're not going to invest in a quarterback when they're trying to build.
No.
I just don't think the time's right for them.
No.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers
Mahogany.
Marshawn Lloyd, running back, USC.
Need for them.
Right.
In a way, I guess. Maybe not.
No.
You know,
weird.
Josh Jacobs.
The
Josh
medical
Jacobs, and they brought back what's his name? Dylan.
Oh yeah,
DJ Dillon's back there.
Out of BC, yeah.
Okay.
The medicals, the medicals on Peyton Wilson must not be good.
They must be horrible.
Because he just if you just watch the tape, like he's a second rounder all day and maybe back of the first round. Like he's a dynamic, versatile player. It's interesting when things like that happen. Like you see Braden Fisk go as high as he did, and he had similar concerns about his medicals and his history and arm length and some other things. And then a guy like Peyton Wilson is still there in the 90s.
Now, here's my question, and I know we keep coming back to this. Could Tampa be looking at a quarterback to back up Baker? They have Kyle Trask there, but I don't know if they view Trask really as a guy.
Would they spend on him a second? He was a second round pick.
Yeah, he's a second round pick.
Was he? I thought he was a third.
I thought he was a second. I mean, and Rattler's got a little Baker in him. You know what I mean? Just that fire and mentality, and plays with that chip. And
that's an interesting comp. Like if that's a style that they're okay with.
Yeah.
On this one here in Detroit.
But again, the farther we get down in this thing,
In the 2024 NFL
Yeah.
Draft, the Tampa Bay
let's see where
Buccaneers
this is.
select Tyke Smith.
Okay.
Defensive
The farther down the board we go, the more
Yeah.
the possibility exists that we might run into a team that likes Michael Pratt better than Spencer Rattler.
Yeah. And you think a lot of that has to do with, Dan, you just sort of some of the earlier off-field maturity stuff and just maybe, the off-field sort of.
Maybe, but he's not
Maybe.
the cleanest. He's not the cleanest quarterback prospect of all time either. When I
No.
watch the tape, like
No, he's not.
as much as I love the release and I love the arm, the first two full all 22 games I watched of him, I charted 6 throws of over 40 yards, and every single one of them was underthrown.
Who was that, Dan? Sorry.
And that was Rattler. Yeah.
Yeah.
Every single one of I'm sorry, 5 of the 6 were underthrown, and the only one that was actually where the ball placement was good was a play where he's getting smoked as he's throwing it. So that was an impressive rep on its own. But for all the talk about his arm, like throwing down the field, like I had some concerns about him, playing in structure and ball placement down the field.
And what did you think when you watched in comparison to Michael Pratt? I think Michael Pratt has a better arm.
I think he has a stronger arm. I don't like the release as much.
No.
I mean, Spencer gets the ball out so quick. He just flicks it. And I love that kind of release. I think Sam Howell kind of has that kind of release. It's one of the things I like about him.
This is a quick pick here. Cardinals coming up right now.
And we'll hear who it is and then take a look.
I'm kind of scared to look back at the Cardinals draft haul after this is all done.
Yeah.
The Arizona Cardinals select Elijah Jones, defensive back, Boston
Wow.
College.
There's some other performances that I thought would have gone
I know
before
they have a
him.
dollar store. Apparently, we're at the nickel store right now.
So you know what's insane to me right now? There's two position groups. One in particular that I'm looking at going, wow, is it devalued? And that's safety.
Yeah, man.
Aiden Hicks is still
Jaden
on the
Hicks.
board. Kitchens is still on the board.
Yeah, and that's a guy we know the Seahawks have met with.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me just because he didn't test well, but Hicks did.
Hampton's still on the board from UW.
Yeah. Dadrian Taylor.
They view him more as a nickel, I wonder.
Taylor Demerson's still on the board. He had 10 picks over the last 2 years.
When I watched Demerson, though, you know whose vibes I got a lot of? Tedrick Thompson.
Oh, God. Who had 8 picks his senior year. And how many career picks did he have in Seattle?
He had like a Pac-12, like he had a ridiculous, but like his only claim to fame was the one where he somehow tipped it to himself in the Rams game.
Yeah.
But overall, like, I don't know how we are not over the moon with what John Schneider and how he's setting up Mike McDonald. Like, if you're looking at this as this new staff that's come in, and I'm sitting there on that D line, and I'm Audrey Dury. I think that's his name, Andre Dury. I just got given one of the best D line prospects in the draft, if not the number one D line prospect in this draft, in Byron Murphy.
Yeah.
If I'm Scott Huff, I got maybe the number 1 guard in this draft class, number 2 guard, and pure guard in this draft class.
Yeah, and the fact that he can play right guard, that was something I didn't spend a lot of time studying Christian Haynes because I just didn't think he was going to be available to us.
Yeah.
And so, I watched a couple of games and then I watched the Senior Bowl stuff and he was playing at left guard mostly and center from the reps I saw. I didn't see him play right guard. And then DJ just showed all those right guard reps. Like, to me, that's money. And there will be some fans that will say, well, Anthony Bradford was a wasted draft pick last year in the 4th round. Well, no, because A, Laken Tomlinson's 32, right? He might just be a 1-year stopgap guy.
Yeah.
And B, like, that's just not how the draft works, right? Like, sometimes it's a crapshoot. And sometimes guys don't make it, or they don't. Maybe in a new coaching staff, maybe with what Scott Huff and Ryan Grubb want to do, maybe Anthony Bradford just doesn't fit,
right?
And maybe they send him off for a conditional 6th or something, or a 5th or whatever. And when it gets to camp and teams figure out what they need and want, but or maybe, like I said, because he does have experience on the left side, maybe he gets some reps over there, and maybe long term, Anthony Bradford's your left guard. Like they moved Damian Lewis and Christian Haynes your right guard, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe Christian Haynes beats out Laken Tomlinson and Bradford holds down right guard, and Tomlinson only has $1 million guaranteed, and you cut him and he doesn't make the team.
Yeah.
I don't think
don't remember they brought in, what was his name a few years it would have been 2017 or 2018. They brought in Evans. Jabari Evans.
Evans, yeah, and then they cut him. And
he was all this and that, and he didn't even make it out of camp.
He didn't, and then he went and proved he still had a couple of years left in the tank after that. Yeah. So I think they just bring all these guys to camp and they just let it rip.
Yeah.
And maybe Laken Tomlinson doesn't even see a snap with the Seahawks.
One of your guys is still on this board. They could walk out of here with another guard in Mahogany, maybe.
Mahogany, yeah.
I mean, what if you double dip, right? And Mason McCormick, I think, is an absolute stud and one of the most explosive athletic testers at guard in the last 10 years. God, if you double dipped there, tomorrow's going to be fun.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And still, I'm still intrigued to see where Peyton Wilson goes. Like, because I think linebackers still, like we all talked about, we think they're going to bring in a young guy at linebacker and see who you might extend between Dodson and Baker or whatever. At least you have that young guy to get in there and compete, right? So
if they don't take a linebacker in here, does that signal to you guys that they might extend both of those two next year?
I think that's on the table.
Yeah.
I think extending them both, if they both play lights out,
sure.
I think at minimum one of them is going to be here on an extension. But yeah, maybe they're both perfect fits and you extend them both.
Yeah,
It's what's going to be intriguing if we don't move back up and get another pick in this round.
Yeah.
Is with Carolina sitting at 101, you might have teams calling them to move up to get a quarterback ahead of.
Wow.
Man, that is
that he would go ahead of Wilson.
Totally.
Or did the Seahawks just sit there and wait until 4-2 and take Peyton freaking Wilson and end up having one of those drafts where they just let guys fall to him and it's just a steal over and over again?
I mean, I wouldn't be mad at that. Yeah, you just sit back and let those.
Okay,
guys
so
in your
here's
lap.
the scenario, Dan. What if you walk out with Peyton Wilson and Michael Pratt out of the 4th round?
No, I think that's dream.
That's A plus territory.
And then you go and you get in the 6th round, you get, you
get
whoever else,
fourth
another
running
guard.
back, and you get another. It's you just
That was
take.
fun.
He says he you draft for need. The later you get in the drafts, you just fill holes there. Maybe you take a swing tackle candidate or just somebody that falls through the cracks. It's a guy like McKinley Jackson if you want some more depth up front.
Yeah, you're really playing with house money at that point. You know, especially if you got it. Peyton Wilson just was there, and you didn't have to move. I mean, that late. I mean, like you said, there must be more to that medical history. But I think at that point, that late, you take.
We've got a comment here from Mike. He goes, "The way this draft is going, I can't imagine this is a John Schneider A+ draft after all that's falling." I'm not sure if he means this can't be an A+ draft for John with the way it's falling.
Or you just can't believe that it's
falling the way it is. Oh, okay. So Dan, there he goes.
There he goes.
To Tampa Bay.
I'm surprised Polk went so much earlier than him.
So am I. That surprised me a lot.
Yeah.
He goes to Tampa.
He now fills a particular void there that they don't have. They've got what's his name down there? The tight end.
Mike Evans.
We got Mike Evans. They've also got what's the other receiver there? Godwin. Now you've got a true slot player in McMillan, and they also have the tight end from UW from a few years ago. Cade Otton.
Cade Otton, yeah.
So you've got some interesting.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
Weapons for Baker now. And Mike corrected it and says can be. He's like, the way this draft's going, I can't imagine this can be a A+ draft for John.
So we talked about how the Ravens just sit and wait for value to fall to them. Watch the Ravens take Peyton Wilson here.
Oh,
right. They lose Patrick Queen. Right. So you start to look ahead. This is what I love about the draft. One of the things you start to look ahead. Okay, let's say that somebody snipes Spencer Rattler. Okay, it's not going to happen at the end of this round unless someone moves up. Let's say the Rams take him at 99. It's an extra pick. It's a comp pick for them. They stash him for a year or two. He's the kind of the insurance plan, right?
Yeah.
So then you get into the 4th round. If you're targeting Michael Pratt at 118, Carolina, New England, Arizona, Chargers, Tennessee, maybe the Giants at 107.
Yeah, maybe.
That would really be the only thing. If you get here's the other way to look at this. If both Spencer Rattler and Michael Pratt are available overnight, and you're sitting there with 102 and 118, an interesting situation. I do think someone that if any team has conviction about one of those guys, they may call Carolina to try to move up to 101, thinking that Seattle might take one of them.
Right.
So here's my thought. I'm going to throw this out there. If they don't take a quarterback now in this draft, right? They don't take Pratt. They don't take Spencer.
Right.
John Schneider then has no excuse to keep saying, "Oh, we just missed our guy." Like then it's totally bullshit because you've had your opportunity now.
Oh, I think he comes out then and he says, "Well, we did take him this year."
Yeah, we did. We took Sam Howell.
Right. Yeah.
But he made it even in that talk with Bob and Dave Weinman, where he said, just because we took Sam, that doesn't mean we're out of the quarterback market in the draft.
Sure. And
so then it's like, okay,
based on James Palmer's report, he may have been, when he said that, he may have had, visions of Michael Penix dancing in his head. Like they tried to trade up for him, reported yesterday.
Hey, Dan, how high do you think they were trying to, who do you think they were like? Because none of us thought Atlanta.
That report came out. Yeah.
Like, was it the Raiders? But you think you'd have to move up a few picks because there's no way you don't think he was talking to Atlanta. I mean, there's no. And then at that point, if you had to move up that much, you'd be mortgaging a lot, right? So
I don't think Tennessee wanted to move down because they wanted one of those top tackles, right? I wonder if nobody thought Atlanta was really going to do that. And so they didn't see them as a threat. So maybe they were talking to the Bears at 9. It said top 10, right? So the Bears would have made sense. You've already taken Caleb Williams 1. Maybe you want some more value. You want to move down. Although they didn't, and they were missing some picks too. They don't have a lot of picks in this draft.
Right.
So maybe it was just a matter of them trying to move up to 9 to get in front of Minnesota.
So here you go. This is an interesting stat, guys. Christian Haynes, since 2002, has had 748 pass blocking snaps. He's only allowed 15 quarterback pressures and 1 sack.
Wow.
Jeez.
And we got him at pick 81 in the 3rd round.
Yeah. And he's also like, he's a mauler too, though.
Yeah.
Like he's physical.
And and he can get to that second level.
Yeah.
Okay. So here's Baltimore.
Is he the best interior offensive lineman we've drafted since Steve Hutchinson?
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Sure.
I agree with you.
He has to be. He's better than Damian. None of us knew who Damian Lewis was when they took him in the 3rd round 4 years ago.
Back up.
Don't be Peyton Wilson. Don't be Peyton Wilson.
Max and Colt, they were all born in Baltimore. And they were all raised.
Bryce, you predicting Peyton Wilson here?
It would just be so Ravens.
So Ravens.
That was awesome.
I
Is Jeremiah Trotter still on the board?
I can see Trotter here.
Trotter, Patrick
I've seen a lot of Patrick Queen comps for Trotter.
Okay.
That's great value too. He was a 2nd rounder all day in all the mocks.
Well, I know one thing.
They do like their Penn State. Who was the guy they got? Owe last year. They like their Penn State guys.
So here's a crazy thing. Just really think about this. Out of the top linebackers, we thought there was going to be a quick cliff to this. That they were going to go. All that's gone for true off-the-ball linebackers is Edgerrin Cooper and Junior Colson.
Yeah.
Trotter's still there. Wilson's still there. Gray's still there.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Yeah.
Like this is insane.
I can't see how we don't get one now.
Jalen Ford's still there from Texas, who I think is one of the few true Mikes in this draft. And Nathaniel Watson, obviously,
still there.
Yeah.
And the thing that makes me wonder is we kept hearing reports from different scouts and analysts and stuff being like, hey, this off-the-ball linebacker class isn't great, all this kind of stuff. And now it truly makes me wonder, like, were they onto something? Is it really not that good? Like,
yeah.
Okay, so the pick's in. Could Jeremiah – now, here's a question. Is linebacker a need for Philly?
Oh, I think –
what's Rappaport saying? Let's see what he's got to say here.
Of injuries. First, there's a left shoulder injury that was operated on, was not a great operation. That certainly is a lingering injury, but that's actually not the worst.
Talking about Wilson.
He has torn his ACL twice, and my understanding, after talking to several sources, is that one of his knees does not have an ACL. It does not have an ACL.
There's your reason.
A couple other players, Greg Lloyd, Thurman Thomas. For Peyton Wilson, he has not missed a game in 150 tackles.
Dude, what if he falls to the 6th round?
What if he goes UDFA?
No.
Thank you, Ian.
You never know.
He's probably on the Seahawks board. He's probably not on their draft board.
In the 2024 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalix Hunt, linebacker, Houston Christian.
I don't like that dude at all.
No, I was not impressed with him at all.
Yeah. Why is Amy Poehler announcing the draft picks?
I don't know. Troy Vincent disappeared.
We talk about upside, a little bit of a project, but there is.
I am not a fan of that pick. That's probably a very like I don't know. I just look at that and go, you could have had Trotter, you could have had you know a true linebacker that would have helped that defense. Like I get your defensive line great. You could have even taken a receiver. Like to me, this is a very. This to me is when we as Seahawks fans used to go. Who did we take?
You're dreaming on some sort of raw upside.
Yeah, exactly.
So what's the
Hey,
explanation?
Buffalo's up here.
Cornell is where he began, and he was the safety. How did that?
I really only see Jacksonville as our viable trade option here. Get back into this round right now.
I don't think it's going to happen. I think there's so much value here. I think he's just going to sit, knowing he has 4-2 and he doesn't want to give that up.
I agree. I don't see it now.
And that gives you a whole night to map out a plan, make some calls if you want to.
So one of our viewers here is a Seahawk, and he's a bit of an Eagles fan, and he says before the pick, better not fumble this pick, Howie. And then Nate goes with this: who on earth is that? Can you tell me about him? Nate, we're sorry, we can't tell you much about this guy. Oh, Dwayne Carter. There you go. That's a good pick for Buffalo.
Dwayne Carter,
real powerful. He's a guy that I would have seen if the Seahawks had gone offensive line in the first round, that he would have been someone that I think they'd be attracted to. He's like a 3-time cap. There it is right there. 3 straight seasons as captain. Like super high character guy. Really had a good week at the Shrine Bowl.
Yeah, no, but this is really interesting because one thing that we did talk about on your show, Dan, and our show was if you went guard in that first round, how badly the board fell off the cliff with D-line. And you look at where it is now, like Byron Murphy looks like, they were giving it A grades. It looks like an A+.
Yeah.
Christian Haynes looks like an A- pick. I'm shocked of what what the board has done and how John's been able to just sit there and let it fall to him. Like he's truly taken a Ravens approach of, I'm not going to freak out. I'm just going to sit here and let the board fall. And this makes me wonder in some aspects, in a few of those earlier drafts and mid-year drafts where we were struggling, was there a lot of peak going, we have to get back in here. There's this guy that's traitsy. I want to get back in here. So John gets back into it.
Yeah.
And Mike's just sitting there going, okay, cool. Because I come from Baltimore. We're just going to sit here and pick who's best available at this point.
Yeah. I just, at this point, as much as I said earlier, like I think they might move up. I'm sitting. Look, you can see us on the board down there at the bottom on the scroll.
Yeah.
Right? We're 6 picks away, and there's some shocking guys that are still available. I mean, Jatavian Sanders, if you want to go tight end, you want an uber athletic tight end. Theo Johnson's another one. All those linebackers you talk about, Trotter, Cedric Gray is still available. I can't believe, and there's still 5 picks left. But the fact that Jaden Hicks might make it to day 3 shocks me. There's some corners. Ennis Rakestraw from Missouri, right? Is it?
No, he went already.
He did. Okay. I couldn't believe that he'd still be available. But no, there's some, TJ Tampa. If you want a corner, there's still some interesting receivers, and then all those edge guys that we like Braden McGregor, Brandon Jackson, 2 guys who were kind of borderline, probably day 2, day 3, like super high motor, high effort guys. There's so much value here left heading into the 4th round that
I didn't expect to be there.
No, you even want like Troy Franklin was a guy that I wasn't super high on. I think it's kind of a one-trick pony, but he'll take the top off of defense, right?
Well, and that's the thing is he the one.
Anybody have him lasting until the 4th round? Nobody did.
Well, and that's the thing is he a one-trick pony that we go and take because now that frees up DK not to be our burner over the top anymore.
Yeah.
And that was the thing that me and Ryan talked about, off air, and then even a little bit on the beginning of the show before you got on, Dan, was, they talked about the Michael Penix and trying to move up. Would you have moved up and you'd have to give up? DK potentially to move up and to get in there, because like this isn't like the movie Draft Day where it's like, oh, here, take my first 3-round picks for the next 3 years.
Well, are you looking at it this way? At least, at the very least, now with the benefit of hindsight, you would have given up Christian Haynes because you're probably giving up 81. Plus more to move up from 16 to inside the top 10. So yeah, I'm super intrigued by the quarterback situation, because I do think it's funny how it's kind of changed through the process. Like, I kind of thought there was a period there where Rattler was being overrated, and there were some guys who were like, he's borderline first round pick, he's a second round pick, whatever, and his stock was rising. And I was a little worried he'd get overdrafted. Yeah. And now here we are, where if anyone took him from here on out, I think it's great value.
Oh, 100%.
Same with Pratt.
This is a very interesting draft. And this, I think the way this draft has gone, you're like Ryan said earlier, you're kind of playing with house money.
Yeah. Oh, if we took 5 guys the rest of this draft that we thought were reaches, projects, small school guys that weren't on our radar, I would still be ecstatic about this draft.
Yeah, I agree
it's if you can get out of any given draft, if you can get
pick in the 2024 NFL draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jerrion Jones, defensive back, Florida State.
Wow.
Yeah, so they go out and get a corner here in Jerrion Jones. How many nickels have
No,
we
I was just
seen
going to say, if you can get 2 legit, like Pro Bowl type players out of every draft, you're winning championships.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And I think we have 2 of those guys already.
Yep.
Yeah, we got 2 already, and like you said, look at the talent still on the board, and we're coming up not too or pretty quickly here. So yeah, I mean, this could be a draft we talk about down years down the road.
I think if Seattle wins a Super Bowl or gets back to one by 2027, we're talking about the last 3 drafts we've had. This one, year before, and the year before, as what built that team. And the picks we made.
And I think it's interesting that we're going to find out even more about the 2022 and 2023 drafts with this new staff, because there are guys that didn't get opportunities or weren't used properly. Like, I still think, Derek Hall seems to have become an afterthought. I think he's a good example of this, that, I think he could have a huge piece in this defense moving forward with Mike McDonald. I think Mike Morris could be a huge kind of wild card in all of this, just a really unique body type and skill set that we haven't seen yet. Hey, it's TJ again.
He's back.
Ausha Mazzilli.
In the 2024
Championship.
Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select McKinley Jackson, nose tackle, Texas
Wow.
A&M.
So
There's the Bengals again, just taking value.
They end up taking Chris
Yeah.
Jenkins earlier. They did. Now they get McKinley Jackson. This
They went they went Jenkins and Jackson. Interesting.
And you know why I think they did that?
They like to build from the front to back and the middle out.
Well, that too, but guess who's in their division now? Derrick Henry.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
You have to have, and it was funny. I was having a conversation today with one of the guys that we have on our show that's really into quarterbacks, and we were just talking about like Lamar Jackson and stuff like that. And I really believe they went and got Derrick Henry so they don't have to have teams go, okay, cool, we stopped Lamar from running on us and he can't throw. You gotta it's gonna free Lamar up to still do what he does. I think better than most.
Yeah.
But this is going to be very interesting. Who do we think Pitt takes here? Pittsburgh.
This is interesting. Just to hop in here, I just wanted to check Twitter for a second. You guys know who Brett Coleman is, I'm sure.
Yep.
And a ton of respect for what he does, and just a shit ton of followers, and does some incredible work. He tweeted shortly after the Seahawks took Christian Haynes, says, as far as value goes and just getting a really damn good player, Christian Haynes is one of the best picks in this draft so far.
Damn.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah.
So both our picks, really, when you look at it, Byron Murphy and then Haynes. I mean, I don't know, man. How can you not be ecstatic? It's just I just already it's like you could end this draft right now and I'd be fine with it. You know what I mean? Just with those two guys. I mean, like, I'm already feeling like playing with those. I just feel like, if we can nail this next pick, we'll just it's over. The rest is like, okay, whatever. You want to, like you said, you want to reach for a guy here. You think you want to take a running back over there. At that point, I'm whatever. Like, it's
3 picks.
I just can't believe it. 81. You know what I mean? I mean, that was the biggest kind of headline that we were talking about, was this big gap that we'd have to
so nice to know. Yeah.
Right.
Maybe more so than any pick the last 3 years, although I talked about how I kind of felt this way when they took Lucas in the 3rd 2 years ago, that taking Haynes there was like, it's kind of restored my faith in what we're going to do moving forward. Right. Like, just take the best damn player.
Yeah.
And maybe my PTSD of all the curveballs that they've thrown us for the last 7 or 8 years, maybe I can get over that and just like calmly watch the commissioner, whoever it is announcing the pick, step up to the podium from now on and announce a pick. I just can't get over that. It was the perfect pick, I believe, at the perfect position, the perfect player, perfect value at that pick. Just,
I wonder really a lot of this, and I know we have tons of Seahawk fans that truly love Pete Carroll and what he did for the city of Seattle and bringing us a championship and all that stuff. But the one thing I always struggled with Pete is our coaching staffs never seem to be great at evaluating talent, because they're a part of this process. Tom Cable and Daryl Bevel, and once Chris Richard left, our DBs, like, they were good, but they were never great again like they were prior to that when Chris Richard was the DB coach. And I look at this new staff that's coming, the staff that Mike McDonald has assembled. He went and got good, great coaches in some respects to come in here and be a part of this process. And you look at the picks already. This would never have happened in a Pete Carroll draft. You wouldn't have gone there and taken that value and gotten a guy. You would have taken some guy that, like you said before, Dan, is traitsy. Oh, he's traitsy. Well, no, get the guy that's just going to come in and be the guy you need him to be. And that's where, for me, I'm just like, I'm if I was to say the two teams I think that have had the two best drafts so far that have only had 2 picks, I'd say the Chargers and us. Joe Alt and Junior Carlos, Junior Colson.
Colson, yeah.
And then I wonder Pittsburgh's picks then. Hold on.
I wonder if I think the Seahawks might be done. It looks like maybe Schneider has had his post.
The Pittsburgh Steelers select Peyton Wilson.
There he goes.
Oh, that's fucking Steelers.
That's Pittsburgh. Oh my goodness.
They just sit and wait for guys to fall to them.
But Jeremiah Trotter's still on the board.
So Schneider may have made comments already, so we might be done.
What do you have for comments there, Dan?
Dave Wilson or comments with John?
Samuel Gold tweeted that Schneider said Haynes showed up at the Senior Bowl with fire. So that would imply to me that they've had their like post round press conference. Some comments from Christian Haynes. This is kind of cool. Says he'll play wherever the Seahawks need him. He can play any position and he'll dominate wherever they need him.
Nice.
And about Seattle, he said, "Oh man, the fans, that 12, it's everything, man. The culture that's there. I've been a Seattle fan a little bit growing up. I'm a big Geno fan as well. I used to watch him a lot when he was at West Virginia."
Cool.
He describes his game as smart and nasty at the same time.
I'm not seeing from Corbin Smith or anybody that Schneider started talking yet.
Yeah,
because usually Corbin will be on that right away. I know the Seattle media is interviewing, like you said, Haynes. So, okay, the Rams got their pick in pretty quick. Is this Spencer Rattler? Because it's the last place I can see him going right now.
If it's not, If it's not, we're talking quarterback tomorrow, right?
We are.
Yeah, definitely.
At least overnight.
Former head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And by the way, his kid's kind of worked out. You know what I mean?
I think he worked out pretty well. I was just going to say, like, he didn't need his ACL for the 400 tackles he made at NC State. I mean, my goodness, he can play football. And then Pittsburgh has been trying to get linebacker right for a while.
With the
Yeah,
99th
Pittsburgh gets
pick in the
signs Patrick Queen and then
NFL
drafts Peyton Wilson.
The Los Angeles Rams select Cameron Kinchens,
Wow.
defensive back, Miami.
Okay. So, wow.
The top safeties.
We're
Michael
talking-
Pratt and
You still
Spencer
got-
Rattler
you
are going to
still
be on
got
board
James
tomorrow morning.
You still
It's
got
going to be a
Jaden Nick.
really intriguing storyline tomorrow.
The identical 40 at the combine, 4.65.
I mean, I didn't
He runs
think
4.55
LA
or
was going to
lower.
go QB just
would
because
see him off
just
the
the
board.
year
That was
that
the
that
only
Stafford
knock on
had
him,
last year, and it
concern.
seems like
When
he
it comes to
rejuvenated.
safeties,
Like, you
though,
know, it's the injury concerns were done, and he was back, and I think he's still he's talking a longer term situation there too. So I think he's going to be in LA for a while to come here.
Well, and they did sign Garoppolo.
They did sign Jimmy G. Yeah.
drafted Bennett in what, the 4th round last year? Like, they invested in him, and I know he had some, he
I'm not
had some
sure
off the
Bennett's
field
still there.
issues.
From what McVay said, he's still dealing with off the field stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Bennett had a lot of off the field issues. So I don't know if he's a part of that, but maybe they go, that's why we got Jimmy G. Like,
Yeah.
we can kick this can a little bit farther down the road. But man, this is going to be interesting to wake up tomorrow morning. Sad thing is, I'm not going to be able to do a live show tomorrow morning because I'm going to be coaching all day from 12 till 6. So I'm going to miss the whole draft essentially, a good chunk of it. So I'll be relying on Dan for any updates and info on what's going on there. But Washington's pick in. So how does this round end? They didn't trade out.
Yeah.
This is going to be really interesting. I'm wondering if that pick tomorrow, guys, isn't a quarterback.
Our pick, yeah. I mean, it's high. I think it's highly likely at this point. Yeah, Dan, what do you think?
So,
102?
yeah, Dan, what do you think?
I think there's a really good chance that it is.
Who do you think it
maybe
is?
Schneider will tell us some things,
Right,
give us some hints tonight. But the fact they have the 2nd pick tomorrow with Carolina picking first, maybe a team tries to get up ahead of us. Maybe the Giants try to jump up ahead of us.
In
Right.
the 2024 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Luke McCaffrey.
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy.
You know how much I like me some Luke.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm
Damn.
going to close it.
Well, I will say this. I think if the Seahawks feel strongly about either Rattler or Pratt, they have the opportunity tomorrow. Because the thing about Rattler, like, he's a smaller dude. Like, he's not everyone's cup of tea. Not every team is going to rate him the same way. And so the only opportunity I see is maybe the Giants, if they really want one of those dudes, will move from 107 to 101. It won't cost you a lot.
But
Right?
here's my
Is-
thought of this, Dan.
You just want to add another layer there to your quarterback room.
Mm-hmm.
But is Carolina really going to want to move out of there with the value that's still present? And they've only had really one pick. I think two maybe. Because of how much they had to give up last year to go up and get Bryce Young.
Yeah,
they
they
may
have-
say, screw it, we're going to stay and pick because there's some value we can get here.
They have
I
two
just-
fifths. Yeah.
I just don't see the movement. So I really think this could be, who do you like more, Michael Pratt or Spencer Rattler?
I like Rattler slightly more just because of the arm talent, but it's close. It's close. I'm trying to decide who John might like more. I could see him being drawn to Rattler.
Yeah, I can too. And I think, man, like when we were doing our mocks at this point of the draft, it was Jordan Travis or Pratt. You know, we weren't talking, is it Pratt or Rattler? You know, we sort of had him going, quite a little earlier than those other guys. So it's just gonna be interesting. I mean, if they don't take quarterback tomorrow at the 2nd pick, then you got to think they're, unless they like, oh, now we can get one later in the 4th. It's crazy.
Well, look, John always says best player available, right?
Right.
Until we get to the 5th, 6th, 7th round. You're talking about some tremendous value at some other positions of need, right? Like Jaden Hicks, we have talked about multiple times tonight. I think is an ideal Mike McDonald player.
Mm-hmm.
And we only have one safety that signed beyond this year, except for Jarek Reed, who was our 7th rounder last year. So like Jaden Hicks is still on the board. If you want, there's so much tight end value in this draft. Cade Stover, Theo Johnson, Jatavian Sanders is all still left. Nobody projected that. Right? There's some talent at wide receiver. There's some corners left on the board that are interesting. Like there's some edge guys, the guys we talked about, Brendan Jackson, Braden McGregor. There's some other dudes. There's some tackles still left if they're not sure. There's so much value that it's hard for me to think they could go wrong tomorrow, but it does give them the opportunity to take a quarterback without sacrificing another position.
Yeah, 100%. Well, Dan, thanks for joining us tonight. You stayed a lot longer than you anticipated.
I couldn't jump off before our pick.
I know.
That's very true. We really appreciate you stepping on here, Dan, and joining us for this show for our first live one. So,
we
appreciate it, guys. Go check out Dan's podcast over at Seahawks Forever Podcast, because he does a lot of good things over there. And it was awesome having you on here live, going through the day 2. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, that was fun, guys.
Awesome.
Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it. And I'm going to do a quick little live reaction on my channel, and then go spend some time with my lady, because she's been sitting in the background this whole time. Like,
absolutely, yeah.
That's what I'm about to do as well.
Same with us, man.
She's
So
the greatest. She's the greatest. She allows me all of this obsession. So
that's good stuff, man. Okay, well, let's I'm sure we're gonna talk here in the near future, especially after tomorrow.
Absolutely.
So
yeah,
appreciate it, Dan.
All right. Thanks guys.
Dan.
Okay. Later, Dan.
All right, see you.
Bye. Yeah, so that's it, man. Day 2. Wow.
That's it.
You know what? Going live with you guys. We appreciate everyone kind of tuning in and throwing all the comments out. It was awesome interacting with everybody, man. And
it was great.
Definitely do more of these. And man, I know we talked about it. We won't talk too long here, but I'm just so pumped with our first 2 picks, and now going into tomorrow. I mean, normally day 3, to be honest with you, man, there's not this anticipation, like, what are we doing in day 3? You know, it's sort of like, let the headlines roll in. Okay, we picked up this guy and this guy, and okay, though, that might be a good fit. Could be a, guy with some potential. You got some serious dudes, and obviously quarterbacks, right? And then like Dan brought up you have some huge value at tight end, huge value here and there. Jaden Hicks, Mike McDonald style guys. So it's like you said, oh man, I'm going to be missing. I'm coaching, which, something you love to do, but obviously you're thinking, oh, whatever, it's Saturday, right? Like I'll pick up the headlines. Now you're like, man, this is like, we get the 2nd pick tomorrow. Like, this is a big deal. So, but awesome so far, man. It's A+ all the way right now. It's what a weird draft.
It's a really weird draft, man. And I'm really, really looking forward to seeing how this plays out. And obviously, you and me are going to do our recap show on Sunday night, probably.
Yep.
So just wanted to thank everyone that was a part of the show tonight. It, meant a lot to have you guys all on and commenting and being a part of this, having Seahawk Nerd on for the first hour, and then moving into Dan, who stuck around for the majority of it. It was a lot of fun, and we'll definitely do more live shows in the future, and definitely maybe, if we get more people involved and more people commenting and stuff, we'll start doing it where we'll have fan question shows where you guys can fire your questions away and whatnot. So, thanks guys for being a part of that, and look forward to the next one.
All right, go Hawks.
Go Hawks.